Chapter 382. For most martial artists, Mu Xiaoyue's sword was just a flash of golden light as it pierced through Yang Gang's protective shield. However, for Yi Xing, who was scanning with his superbrain, he was able to see it more clearly. Mu Xiaoyue's sword was not just a simple stab. Instead, he and his sword were both spinning at high speed. Swords were sharp weapons, and their killing power was extremely strong. Once a sword pierced through, it would have a very strong penetrating power. Astral energy would have a hard time blocking it. Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword was spinning at high speed, increasing its penetrating power by countless times. It was hard to imagine how strong it was. Yang Gang's protective shield was not just a simple protective shield. It was a defensive move from the astral condensing palm. The astral energy guarded all directions, and its defensive power was extremely strong. Coupled with the surging power of the astral energy, even a peak-perfected person of the same realm would not be able to break through this defense. For example, Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword. Mu Xiaoyue had used his Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword to defeat 3 Celestial Sage by Tsang. However, it could not break through Yang Gang's astral energy suppression at all. All of the drizzle sword energy had been blocked. In the eyes of the martial artists, Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword could not break through Yang Gang's defense. His Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword would probably return without any attack. Golden Radiance Sky Splitting Sword, Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword, Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. Mu Xiaoyue had used 3 ultimate moves in a row. If he still could not defeat Yang Gang, then the outcome of this battle would be obvious. Yang Gang would undoubtedly be the victor. However, Yi Xing's view was the exact opposite. In his opinion, Yang Gang would most likely not be able to block Mu Xiaoyue's Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance of the sword had already pierced through Yang Gang's protective shield. There was no terrifying explosion, nor was there the sound of metal colliding. Instead, there was the sound of an object shattering. When the sword energy pierced through the protective shield, it immediately shattered, sending fragments of energy flying everywhere. A large dent immediately appeared on the shield. The tip of the sword continued forward, stabbing towards Yang Gang's body. It was only now that the martial artist could see that Mu Xiaoyue's body was rapidly spinning. The spirit weapon treasure sword in his hand was also rapidly spinning. The spirit weapon treasure sword was like a spinning diamond, ruthlessly piercing through the barrier and into the depths. The closer it was to Yang Gang's body, the stronger the astral energy and the greater the defensive power of the barrier. The speed at which the spirit weapon broke through the barrier was also affected by the powerful defensive power, causing its speed to slow down. However, Mu Xiaoyue did not stop there. His body was still spinning rapidly. Although the speed at which the spirit artifact's sword pierced forward had slowed down, that was only in comparison to the speed at which it had broken through a large piece of astral light. In reality, it was still piercing towards Yang Gang at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing the tip of the sword constantly piercing through Yang Gang's protective shield, getting closer and closer to Yang Gang's body, all the cultivators felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue had both brought out their full strength. The outcome of this battle would depend on this move. Would Yang Gang be able to block Mu Xiaoyue's all-out attack, or would Mu Xiaoyue be able to break through Yang Gang's all-out defense? Yang Gang shouted loudly. Surging astral energy surged out, attempting to repair the broken astral energy. At this moment, Yang Gang was unable to dodge or retreat. As long as he relaxed, even a little, his protective shield would be instantly broken through by Mu Xiaoyue. He would not be able to dodge or retreat in time, and would be pierced by the sword. Therefore, the only way was to defend with all his strength, blocking the attack of the sword until Mu Xiaoyue's attack ended. However, under the attack of the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword, Yang Gang's attempt to repair his protective shield was futile. Not to mention repairing the protective shield, the astral light that had not been broken through by the spirit artifact sword was rapidly shattering. In the end, The penetrating power of Mu Xiaoyue's sword was superior, completely breaking through Yang Gang's defense. The protective shield was completely pierced through by the sword, and the sword tip pierced through Yang Gang's chest. Yang Gang retreated backwards, but he was still not as fast as Mu Xiaoyue's sword. Pu blood splattered, and the spirit artifact's sword left a deep wound on Yang Gang's chest. Mu Xiaoyue stopped where Yang Gang was standing and waved his spirit artifact sword to the side. Blood flowed out, but not a single drop was stained, revealing a moon-like brilliance. The outcome of this battle had been decided, and Mu Xiaoyue did not need to continue. Yang Gang stopped a few hundred meters away, his face pale and panting heavily. He quickly pressed a few acupuncture points on his chest to stop the bleeding. However, Mu Xiaoyue's sword qi remained in his body and could not be dissolved in a short period of time. Yang Gang looked at Mu Xiaoyue from afar and said, "There are new talents in the Jianghu, and the new generation surpasses the old. Mu Xiaoyue, you are indeed a genius of the true Xian domain. I did not expect you to surpass me so quickly. You have won this battle, and it seems that the first place on the Earth Xian list is yours." Mu Xiaoyue's face revealed a faint smile and said, "The first place on the Earth Xian list is just an empty title. My goal is the Youth Tiandu Tournament in the East Divine Continent." After saying this, Mu Xiaoyue turned around and returned to the edge of the arena. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, preparing for the next battle. Shi Wenxie's gaze was fixed on Mu Xiaoyue, and it was only when Mu Xiaoyue sat down that he retracted his gaze. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of fear. Although Shi Wenxie had a strong personality and was insufferably arrogant, he was not an ignorant and conceited person. Although he had not fought with Mu Xiaoyue before, he understood that his strength was still a level lower than Mu Xiaoyue's. This made Shi Wenxie a little disappointed. Because he wanted to shine in the Youth Hero Assembly, he had not revealed his true strength. When a Youth Hero Assembly began, he would take first place and amaze the world. However, this wish of his would most likely not come true. Even if he defeated Yi Xing, he would only be able to take second place. Sigh. Second place is second place. Everyone said that I could only take fourth place. If I take second place, it will be out of everyone's expectations, and it will not ruin my reputation. Shi Wenxie sighed in his heart, and thought so. As for the battle with Yi Xing, Shi Wenxie had already regarded himself as the victor without a doubt. Not only Shi Wenxie, but the majority of the warriors also thought so. Mu Xiaoyue's defeat of Yang Gang had shocked everyone, and they had already regarded Mu Xiaoyue as the winner of the Youth Hero Assembly. In the loft, Venerable Jinjue's face was flushed red, and he was smiling. He was in a very good mood. The other venerables all had different emotions. However, when they looked at Venerable Jinjue, there was a trace of envy in their eyes. In their hearts, they were all thinking, how good would it be if there was such a monstrous genius in our sect? Venerable Jinjue, your Golden Sword sect is really lucky to have such a monstrous genius. Even Venerable Kanglin from 3,000 years ago could only defeat beginner and intermediate 3-star Venerable Kanglin when he was a 1-star Venerable. Mu Xiaoyue is even more monstrous than Venerable Kanglin. Venerable Wuji from the Boundless Sect said loudly. Although Venerable Wuji was also envious, the Golden Sword sect and the Boundless sect were on the same side. Having a monstrous genius like Mu Xiaoyue was also beneficial to the Boundless sect, so he was naturally happy. The Venerable Kanglin that Venerable Wuji mentioned was a monstrous genius that was rarely seen in the true Xian domain in thousands of years. Ever since Venerable Kanglin, there hadn't been a genius who could fight 2 realms higher in the astral realm in the true Xian domain for nearly 3,000 years. Venerable Kanglin's final achievement was to become a half-step venerable. He was the #1 expert in the true Xian domain and had occupied the first place on the Heavenly Xian ranking for nearly 200 years. He had once fought against a venerable without losing. He was a legend in the true Xian domain. Mu Xiaoyue's ability to fight above his level was even better than Venerable Kanglin's. Furthermore, He had the cultivation talent of a 9-star yellow fate. In the future, he would definitely become a 9-star venerable. As long as he had the opportunity, he would be able to reach venerable Kanglin's level. Furthermore, if Mu Xiaoyue could maintain his battle strength and become a half-step venerable, his strength would definitely be above venerable Kanglin's. It could be foreseen that as long as Mu Xiaoyue could grow, he would definitely become the #1 expert in the true Xian domain. In the future, the first place on the Heavenly Xian ranking would probably be occupied by him for many years. Venerable Wu Yu from the Heavenly Dipper sect side at Yanggang's failure. His desire to rope in Yi Xing became even stronger. Venerable Wu Yu looked at the battle arena. Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie were already standing opposite each other. There are still 13 hours left to double the monthly votes. This is a rare opportunity. Please double the monthly votes. Chapter 383. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the heavens. His momentum was like a lonely peak that pierced through the heavens. Shi Wenxie carried the great sword over his shoulder. His tall body combined with the great sword blade made him look like an iron tower, filled with a tyrannical aura. Shi Wenxie revealed a cruel smile. Yi Xing, I will break your bones inch by inch and make you fall to the ground like a dead dog, turning you into a piece of trash that won't even be able to move. On the martial arena stage, many martial artists cried out in alarm. There seemed to be a great grudge between Shi Wenxie and Yi Xing. This battle was not just a simple competition. Yi Xing is in trouble. Although his talent in jumping ranks to challenge opponents is on par with Mu Xiaoyue, he still hasn't grown up. He is only a half-step true master. He isn't Shi Wenxie's match. Shi Wenxie is a ruthless character. He will definitely do what he says. Although Yi Xing is an extreme talent, the sect behind him is far too weak. As for the Earth Fiend sect, besides the 9 great sects, it is one of the strongest sects in the true mystic region. Shi Wenxie has no scruples. If he dares to say something, then he dares to do it. To be able to defeat a 2-star true master at a half-step true master, such a talent is hard to come by in the true mystic region in several thousand years. If he were to be crippled like this, that would be too much of a pity. In truth, there are many geniuses, but most of them die before they can fully grow, especially those without a backer. The more outstanding they are, the greater the chances of them dying. I think that Yi Xing will also be one of those geniuses that die prematurely in their path of growth. Without a strong backer, this is too much of a loss. Many martial artists discussed amongst themselves. Most of them came from ordinary backgrounds, similar to Yi Xing. Thus, they sympathized with Yi Xing's experience. The grudges between Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie were only minor matters to the 9 sect alliances. The 9 great sects naturally didn't care about them. It was only now that they realized that there was such a great grudge between Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie that Shi Wenxie wanted to cripple Yi Xing. Yi Xing's talent was astonishing, and his future achievements were unpredictable. He was an absolute genius that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Mu Xiaoyue. If he fully matured, it was very likely that he would surpass the 9 venerables in the future. What if Yi Xing was crippled by Shi Wenxie? The 9 venerables were all considering the pros and cons of this matter. The Corrupt Path's Master Dried Bone, Master Huo Li, and Master Heavenly Snake all looked at each other, their eyes filled with ruthlessness. With just a glance, the 3 of them knew what the other party meant. They would not stop Shi Wenxie from crippling Yi Xing. Shi Wenxie was a disciple of the Corrupt Path, and he was also an extraordinary genius. Since there was a grudge between the two, the Corrupt Path would definitely stand on Shi Wenxie's side, and not abandon him to help Yi Xing, who they didn't know would be a friend or foe in the future. Wuji Shangren, Zixia Shangren, and Jinjua Shangren, on the other hand, had nothing to do with this matter. The philosophy of their sects was to take care of their own territory and not help others, nor harm others. Moreover, if Yi Xing was crippled, no one would be able to threaten Mu Xiaoyue's position in the future. To them, this was a good thing. Only Master Wu Yu, Master Chen Feng, and Master Qinghong frowned slightly. They didn't want to see a peerless genius like Yi Xing get crippled by Shi Wenxie. Master Wu Yu's voice came from the pavilion. Shi Wenxie, this is the Young Hero Assembly. You can only decide the winner and loser. You can't intentionally harm others. Master Wu Yu was ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Profound ranking. He was very famous in the true Xian domain, and there were only a few people stronger than him. The martial artists were surprised. They didn't expect Master Wu Yu to help Yi Xing. However, as soon as Master Wu Yu finished speaking, Master Drybone immediately said, "An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth." No one is allowed to interfere with the grudges between martial artists. Shi Wenxie, since you have a grudge with Yi Xing, let's settle it today. Don't worry about it. If there are any consequences, let me, Master Drybones, take care of it. Shi Wenxie frowned when Master Wu Yu stopped him. Although the Earth Fiend sect was strong, it couldn't be compared to the Tiangang sect. He didn't dare to disobey Master Wu Yu's order to not cripple Yi Xing. However, he was very reluctant. He had no choice but to obey Master Wu Yu because of his strength. Now, Master Drybones had allowed him to do as he pleased. This solved Shi Wenxie's worries in an instant. With Master Drybone backing him up, Shi Wenxie naturally wouldn't listen to Master Wu Yu. Shi Wenxie's face revealed an ominous glint. He stared at Yi Xing and said, "Brat, you are destined to be crippled today. No one can save you." Yi Xing looked at Shi Wenxie indifferently. He then looked at the pavilion in the north of the battle arena and said loudly, "Esteemed masters, I don't want to be fair. Masters, I don't ask for protection in this battle. I only ask for fairness. Shi Wenxie wanted to break my bones and cripple my cultivation. Master Ku Gu will take care of the consequences for him. But what if I break his bones and cripple his cultivation? What will happen then?" Shi Wenxie laughed disdainfully and said, "You want to break my bones and cripple my martial arts? Ha ha! If you have the ability, I can tell you that there won't be any consequences. My Earth Fiend sect won't make things difficult for you." Unfortunately, you don't have the ability. Shi Wenxie, if I really cripple you, will the Earth Fiend sect let it go? That's impossible, so stop farting over there. Yi Xing glanced at Shi Wenxie coldly. He then looked at the pavilion and said loudly, "In the vast, true Xian region, is there no one who can uphold justice and maintain the fairness of this battle?" In the pavilion, Venerable Wu Yu, Venerable Chun Feng, and Venerable Qing Hong all revealed astonished expressions. They had wanted to stop Shi Wenxie from escalating this battle into a battle of gratitude and grudges, but Yi Xing wanted fairness and spoke as if he could defeat Shi Wenxie. They really couldn't understand. However, since Yi Xing had agreed to this battle to settle his grievances with Shi Wenxie, Master Wu Yu naturally couldn't stop him. Since Yi Xing wanted a fair battle, Master Wu Yu would naturally give him fairness. Master Wu Yu said loudly, "All right, this battle will be settled by you two juniors. No matter the result, no one is allowed to interfere. No one is allowed to take revenge. Yi Xing, don't worry. I, Master Wu Yu, will take care of any consequences." In the battle arena, there were millions of martial artists. In front of so many people, Master Wu Yu had personally made a promise. Naturally, he wouldn't break his promise. If Yi Xing crippled Shi Wenxie and the Earth Fiend sect wanted to take revenge, it would be a slap to Master Wu Yu's face. Yi Xing bowed slightly towards the pavilion and said loudly, "Junior Yi Xing thanks Master Wu Yu. I will remember today's matter in my heart." Master Wu Yu smiled when he heard this. Previously, he had wanted a rope in Yi Xing. Now, he was just speaking up for Yi Xing. It seemed like he already had a good relationship with Yi Xing. If Yi Xing didn't die, of the three camps in the true Xian region, Yi Xing would naturally side with the righteous Tao. Now, Master Wu Yu was worried about whether Yi Xing could escape from Shi Wenxie's hands. If Yi Xing was crippled, then the good relationship between him and Yi Xing would be meaningless. His wind force has reached the microscopic level. His speed must be much faster than ordinary people. Perhaps he can use his speed to fight Shi Wenxie to a draw. However, in terms of the thickness of his astral energy, Yi Xing is only a half-step perfected person. He is definitely not as strong as Shi Wenxie. If the battle continues, Yi Xing will definitely be the first to be unable to take it and lose. It seems like I can't let the battle continue for too long. As long as they exchange more than 100 moves and there is still no winner, I will declare this battle a draw. Master Wu Yu thought to himself. Master Dried Bones stood on Shi Wenxie's side and was already opposing Yi Xing naturally. He didn't want Yi Xing to escape this calamity and prevent him from becoming a strong enemy in the future. Seeing that Yi Xing was very grateful to Master Wu Yu, Master Dried Bones was unhappy. He said loudly, "No need to be long-winded. Let's begin. Shi Wenxie, don't disappoint us." Yi Xing scolded Shi Wenxie in front of millions of martial artists, causing Shi Wenxie's anger to soar to the heavens. When Master Drybones said begin, Shi Wenxie roared angrily, "Brat, I will cut you into 8 pieces and feed them to the dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge black sword in Shi Wenxie's hand shone brightly. His body leaped forward, holding the huge black sword with both hands, and fiercely chopped down at Yi Xing. Within the sword energy, there were layers of mountain shadows. This was one of the unique moves of the multiple mountain sword art. Multiple mountains, condensing mountain. When this sword chopped down, it had the power to shatter heaven and earth. Its power was extremely overbearing. Shi Wenxie didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he used his unique killing move. He wanted to severely injure Yi Xing with one strike. Brothers, thank you for your monthly votes. Today I will still update 3 times. Starting from the next chapter, the word count of each chapter will remain at 3,000 words. I wrote 2,500 words per chapter for the convenience of traditional Chinese publishing. However, many of you said that I was reducing the word count to make up for the chapters. All right, I will change. Even if I write 3,000 words per chapter, I will still pay back what I owe. The monthly votes will still be added. Chapter 384. All around the martial arena, all of the martial artists had their eyes wide open, watching this battle without blinking. In the eyes of these martial artists, there was originally no suspense to this battle. It was far less interesting than the battle between Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue. But now, this battle had been upgraded from a competition to a battle of grudges and grudges. The loser would have their martial arts crippled. This caused all the martial artists to pay more attention to this battle than the battle between Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue. Shi Wenxie's strength was without a doubt. Even if he didn't use astrology, his strength was equal to Sage 3 stars. In his battle with Meng Ji, Shi Wenxie hadn't used astrology, yet he had taken the upper hand, forcing Meng Ji to use astrology in order to contend with him. Most of the martial artists believed that Yi Xing wouldn't be able to receive Shi Wenxie's sword. Yi Xing had a solemn expression. He truly did place great importance on Shi Wenxie's strength, but he didn't fear him. Facing Shi Wenxie's multiple peaks, condensing mountains, Yi Xing didn't use astrology. Instead, he revolved the astral stars, gathering the power of 3 different influences of the world into his body. The black dragon spear in his hands rose upwards. What? He doesn't use astrology and wants to receive Shi Wenxie's sword? Shi Wenxie's strength is infinite, and this sword is also an ultimate killing technique. Its strength is absolutely terrifying. How can Yi Xing withstand it? In a split second, a massive number of martial artists cried out in alarm. Even the esteemed ones in the pavilion were astonished. They did not understand why Yi Xing was only defending and taking Shi Wenxie's attack head-on. Yi Xing's grand momentum of wind had reached the minute's subtlety. He could have dodged Shi Wenxie's sword with his extremely fast movement technique. Clang! Before the martial artist could think any further, the black sword had already smashed into the black dragon spear, emitting an explosive sound. Sparks splashed out, and astral light splashed out in all directions. A shockwave spread out in all directions. At this moment, Yi Xing felt as if his opponent's sword was a mountain peak pressing down on him. The strength behind it was terrifying. Yi Xing's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He immediately retreated dozens of meters. However, his body stood firm and did not fall to the ground. The black dragon's spear trembled and hummed. It was a testament to just how strong Wenxie's sword strike was. But Yixing didn't seem afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a bloodthirsty look. Yixing roared at Wenxie. Did you not eat today? That's all you've got, lousy. All around a martial arena, the spectating martial artists were stunned. How could Yixing be unscathed after taking such a terrifying strike head-on? How strong must one's physical body be to be able to withstand this? Only a small number of martial artists were enlightened. They had participated in the auction held by the Big Dipper auction house and had seen Yixing win a superior grade spirit pill, the body-strengthening pill, with their own eyes. It was clear that the body-strengthening pill had been taken by Yixing. Moreover, he had refined and absorbed it, refining a powerful mortal body that was comparable to a one-star sage. In truth, Yixing's pure physical strength was far greater than a one-star sage's. He could almost compare to a two-star sage's strength. In addition, Yixing had the astral star protecting his body. No matter how terrifying Wenxie's attack was, Yixing was still able to withstand it. Wenxie's original intention was to heavily wound Yixing with his sword strike and then slowly torture him. But the result was beyond his expectations. This sword strike didn't even injure Yixing in the slightest. Not only that, but it even caused Yixing to look down on him. Yixing's words ruthlessly provoked Wenxie, causing him to fly into a rage. Wenxie shouted, "You're just relying on the body-strengthening pill to strengthen your mortal body. Let me see how long you can last under my sword. I'll chop you to death." Whoosh! As his voice fell, an astral sword broke through the heavens. Wenxie's sword ruthlessly chopped down at Yixing once more. The wind howled, and the momentum was overwhelming. As soon as Wenxie attacked, he used his peak state. Whether it was the strength of his mortal body or the intensity of his astral stars, he used them to the greatest degree. Clang! Yixing used the black dragon spear to block. As the spear and sword struck each other, a deafening explosion rang out. Yixing was forced back dozens of meters once more. Kill! This time, Wenxie didn't pause. With a loud roar, the black sword brought with it a brilliant astral light as it ruthlessly cut down at Yixing once more. Wenxie knew that no matter how powerful Yixing's mortal body was, there was still a limit to the strength he could withstand. With his sword strike after sword strike, it was impossible for Yixing to last much longer. Clang, clang, clang. Yixing didn't counterattack every time. He only used the black dragon spear to defend with all his strength, forcefully withstanding Wenxie's attacks. Wenxie's strength was truly terrifying. Every time Yixing blocked a sword strike, he was forced back dozens of meters. The black dragon's spear hummed, and the web between his thumb and forefinger felt numb. However, Yixing still didn't use his astral projection. He persisted in his normal state as he fought against Wenxie. The martial artists present didn't know what Yixing's intentions were. If this continued, Yixing might be able to block for a while, but it was impossible for him to do so forever. There would always be a time when he exhausted his strength. Once he couldn't withstand Wenxie's attacks, he would be severely wounded. Wenxie attacked 10 times in a row. His astral stars were thick, and his mortal body was formidable. His entire being was like a war machine that didn't know fatigue. He was sure that in such a head-on collision, the one who couldn't withstand it would be Yixing. From the state of Yixing's sword strike, one could see that the black dragon spear in his hand was shaking more and more violently. Every time he was forced back further and further. Puff! When Yixing forcefully received Wenxie's 12th sword strike, his body was finally unable to withstand the impact of this terrifying strength. His organs were wounded and he was forced back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Many martial artists cried out in alarm. Yixing had already been injured by this sword strike. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to withstand the next sword strike and would be severely wounded. Yixing, you're finished. I will shatter all your organs and bones. Wenxie laughed. The astral light from the black greatsword in his hand began to rise. His attacks became even more vicious and violent as he attacked Yixing Wush. This time, Yixing didn't forcefully receive Shi Wenxie's attack. Instead, his body flashed like a phantom, disappearing from sight. Yixing used the Manifestation Realm's heavenly bat steps and fused it with the subtle realm's wind potential. His speed was as fast as ghosts and gods. Shi Wenxie's sword strike naturally missed. Shi Wenxie was stunned. Yixing had actually dodged his attack. If Yixing had such a movement technique, why didn't he dodge earlier? Why did he wait until he was injured before dodging? The martial artists watching the battle were equally shocked. Their expressions revealed their confusion. They didn't know what Yixing's intention was. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had already appeared 1,000 meters behind Shi Wenxie. He arrived at the other side of the battle arena, took out a healing elixir, and swallowed it. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. All the beginner-perfected persons were shocked. Many 3-stars perfected persons felt that they were inferior in terms of speed. With such a fast movement technique, he could definitely rely on his speed to fight with Shi Wenxie. Before a large amount of astral energy was consumed, he would be able to protect himself. However, Yixing didn't use such a fast movement technique. Instead, he used his physical body to forcefully withstand Shi Wenxie's attack. The martial artists couldn't understand this. Stupid, extremely stupid. Many martial artists commented. However, most of the martial artists weren't so arbitrary. They thought that Yixing must have his reasons for fighting with Shi Wenxie head-on. However, they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. You finally know how to dodge. Shi Wenxie looked at Yixing from afar and said with disdain, "But how long can you dodge? The battle arena is only so big. No matter how much you dodge, you will only be wasting time." As he spoke, Shi Wenxie's body was like lightning. He rushed toward Yixing. His huge black sword emitted a dazzling light. Along with the shadows of mountains, he continued to attack Yixing fiercely. Whoosh! Yixing didn't want to fight with Shi Wenxie head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to dodge again. His heavenly bat movement technique had reached perfection. Together with the wind force of the hyperfocus realm, he could move within a small area. He could almost instantly change his position. Shi Wenxie's attack missed again. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Shi Wenxie shouted angrily. Every time he shouted the word kill, he would attack with his sword. The sound of kill filled the air. Sword energy was also released one after another at an extremely fast speed. However, Yixing's speed was even faster. Yixing used his super brain to scan. He could always predict the enemy's movements. At the critical moment, he easily dodged Shi Wenxie's attack. Shi Wenxie attacked more than 10 times, but Yixing dodged all of them. This made him feel as if his fists were hitting cotton. He felt very aggrieved. "Bastard! How long are you going to run for?" Shi Wenxie's sword missed again. He was so angry that he shouted, "Do you dare to fight with me face to face?" Yixing's figure appeared in front of Shi Wenxie. At this moment, he was calm and composed. His face was rosy. He didn't look injured at all. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Your speed is too slow. How disappointing. Come on, this time I won't dodge. Bring it on. Your attack power is useless except for loosening my muscles and bones. You're courting death." Shi Wenxie shouted angrily. Although he had the upper hand, he was still enraged by Yixing. Shi Wenxie attacked Yixing with his sword again. His strength was overbearing, and his sword aura was shocking. Yixing didn't use his astrology. Shi Wenxie was proud, so he naturally didn't use his astrology. However, all of his strength had been unleashed to the limit. Every sword attack was a terrifying attack. Yixing didn't use his body movement to dodge this time. He took Shi Wenxie's sword head-on. Clang! The spear and sword collided. The explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Yixing was sent flying again and stood still dozens of meters away. Without using his astrology, Yixing's strength was indeed inferior to Shi Wenxie's. However, Yixing's body was strong. Although he was sent flying dozens of meters, he wasn't injured. Clang, clang, clang. One explosion after another represented that Yi Xing was continuously receiving Shi Wenxie's attacks head-on. This was back to the beginning of the battle. The martial artists couldn't understand why Yi Xing didn't use his body movement to dodge Shi Wenxie's attacks. Why was he being sent flying by Shi Wenxie's attacks head-on? The first time, no one understood. The second time, a light bulb flashed in the minds of a few people. They guessed Yi Xing's purpose. Could it be? In the attic, Wu Yu's expression changed. He thought of a possibility. At the same time, he was shocked, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Wait a moment. There will be a third update tonight. Chapter 385. On the spectator's stand, a 5-stars enlightened master was stunned. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes as he revealed a surprised expression. Immediately, the 5-stars enlightened master shouted, "Wenxie, this kid wants to use your strength to break through the barrier of the astral realm. Don't waste time with him. Use your astrology and defeat him as quickly as possible." When the martial artists heard this, they were stunned for a moment before realization dawned on them. No wonder Yi Xing could dodge Shi Wenxie's attack, but he didn't. Instead, he insisted on fighting with Shi Wenxie. It turned out that he wanted to use Shi Wenxie's strength to break through the barrier of the astral realm and break through. Yi Xing was only a half-step enlightened master, but he already possessed such heaven-defying combat strength. If he broke through to the astral realm and became an enlightened master, his strength would definitely improve greatly. He might even be able to turn the situation around and defeat Shi Wenxie. In this way, Yi Xing dodged Shi Wenxie's attack after vomiting blood. This was because Yi Xing's body couldn't withstand Shi Wenxie's attack, so he had no choice but to dodge temporarily. Yi Xing consumed a healing elixir and dodged Shi Wenxie's attacks continuously, allowing his injuries to heal. Once his injuries were healed, he started to fight with Shi Wenxie again. It was obvious that he wanted to use Shi Wenxie's strength to break through to the astral realm. A breakthrough in cultivation required a quiet environment. It was taboo to be disturbed by outsiders. Otherwise, it would be easy to go berserk. If it was a natural breakthrough in the middle of a battle, the chances of going berserk were very low. However, Yi Xing obviously wasn't at the right time to break through to the astral realm, but he wanted to use Shi Wenxie's attack to break through the barrier of the astral realm. This kind of hasty breakthrough was no different from dancing on a cliff. If he was slightly careless, he would fall off the cliff and not even his bones would be left. Because this kind of breakthrough method was dangerous, no martial artist thought about it at first. At this moment, when the 5-stars enlightened master said it out loud, the martial artists finally understood. All the martial artists looked at the 5-stars enlightened master. This 5-stars enlightened master was a well-known figure in Nine Heaven City. Most of the martial artists knew him. He was the vice-sect leader of the Earth Carnage sect, Shi Daotian. He was also Shi Wenxie's father. Because of his genius son, Shi Wenxie, Shi Daotian's status in the Earth Fiend sect had risen greatly. He had even overshadowed the Earth Fiend sect leader's limelight. Excluding the big shots in the 9 sect alliances, Shi Daotian was definitely one of the top 10 big shots in the Nine Heaven City. Shi Daotian could see through Yi Xing's intentions. Naturally, he hurriedly spoke up to promote Shi Wenxie. During a breakthrough in battle, the stronger the attack, the easier it was to go berserk. At this time, not to mention using astrology, no matter what method Yi Xing used, he couldn't let Yi Xing succeed. When Shi Wenxie heard Shi Daotian's reminder, he suddenly understood why Yi Xing did not dodge and instead chose to clash head-on with him. The strength Yi Xing displayed was so heaven-defying. If he broke through to the astral realm, how could he still be a match for him? Shi Wenxie would definitely not allow Yi Xing to have the possibility of breaking through to the astral realm. Instantly, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows as he used his astrology. The surging power of astrology descended. Shi Wenxie's strength soared, and his might was extremely terrifying. Under the state of using astrology, even 3-star Venerable Meng Ji was defeated, let alone Yi Xing. Most of the martial artists' hearts tightened as they broke out in cold sweat for Yixing. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. Sure, when Xie used his astrology to increase his strength. Yixing did not dare to fight with him in his normal state. Of course, he also used his astrology in order to borrow the other party's strength to break through to the astral realm. The strength of both parties must be within a certain range. If the difference was too great, the body would not be able to withstand it. Then, before the breakthrough could happen, he would be killed by the other party. Sure, when Xie used his astrology. If the difference in strength between him and Yixing was too great, his body would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he could only use his astrology to reduce the difference in strength. This was the first time Yixing used his astrology. The surging waves of starlight shocked all the martial artists. Yixing's flaming star was definitely extraordinary among the high-grade astrology. Compared to the younger generation of geniuses, the waves of starlight from any high-grade astrology were more intense. Yixing's flaming star was indeed at the peak of the high-grade astrology. Of course, there were not many people who could compare with it. The flaming star floated in the sky. Yixing looked at Shi Wenxie with a confident expression. In terms of astrology, Yixing was stronger than Shi Wenxie. Therefore, even though both of them used their astrology, the difference in strength between them did not increase. Instead, it decreased. You dare to trick me? Die. Sure, when she knew that Yixing was only using him as a tool to break through to the astral realm, he was incomparably furious. His eyes shot out a fierce light, revealing an intense killing intent. Heavy mountain crush. As soon as Shi Wenxie's voice fell, he used one of the ultimate moves of the heavy mountain swordsmanship. The power of this move was exceptionally strong. With Shi Wenxie's attainment, he was still unable to use this move. He could only use it with the help of his astrology. The giant black sword slashed out. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a 100-meter-tall black mountain and pressed down. This was like a real mountain. It was unknown how heavy it was. As it fell, the air around Yixing seemed to be under a terrifying pressure. It was squeezed and exploded, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Dark Spear Veil. Yixing felt a huge pressure. He used the defensive spear move of the Dark Spirit Spear Art. The spear veil was like a shield, blocking the sword intent mountain that was pressing down. Boom! The collision of the spear and sword intent created a mushroom cloud of airflow. The terrifying airflow rushed out in all directions. The air in the entire arena was distorted. The power of Shi Wenxie's sword was vertical from top to bottom. Yixing was unable to retreat and neutralize the impact. He could only take it head-on. The sword intent mountain was only blocked for a blink of an eye. Then, it continued to fall downwards. As for the Dark Spirit Spear, it collapsed layer by layer. Every time a layer collapsed, there would be another wave of impact on Yixing's body. Yixing's legs quickly bent. Moreover, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. All the martial artists held their breaths. At this moment, the battle between Yixing and Shi Wenxie was no different from the battle between Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue. If Yixing could not block Shi Wenxie's heavy mountain crush, he would definitely be severely injured. He might even lose his life. However, Yixing's situation was different from Yang Gang's. Yang Gang's strength was already fixed, while Yixing was on the verge of breaking through to the astral realm. With Yixing's strength, if he could not break through to the astral realm, he would definitely not be able to block the heavy mountain crush. Therefore, the key at this moment was whether Yixing could break through to the astral realm before the sword intent mountain completely fell on his body. The blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth was just the beginning. In just a breath's time, Yixing's eyes and ears began to bleed. Shi Wenxie's sword was indeed extremely powerful. Before it landed on Yixing's body, Yixing was already unable to withstand the power of the sword. He began to bleed from his 7 orifices. The martial artists' hearts were thumping, almost jumping to their throats. If Yixing did not break through, he would definitely be finished. As for the martial artists standing on Shi Wenxie's side, They had already revealed victorious smiles. Yixing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At most, in 3 breaths' time, the dark spear screen would completely collapse. When the sword intent mountain fell on Yixing's body, Yixing would definitely suffer a terrifying injury. At this moment, Yixing was on the verge of death. If it was any other martial artist, they would have already broken down, and their consciousness would have been blurry under such circumstances. However, Yixing's consciousness was extremely clear. The powerful superbrain allowed him to be extremely calm. He controlled the power in his body and continuously attacked the barrier of the astral realm. It was because of the superbrain's flawless calculations that Yixing dared to borrow the opponent's power to attack the barrier of the astral realm. The stronger Shi Wenxie's attack was, the more difficult it was for Yixing to withstand. However, it was not without benefits. It meant that the impact of the attack on the barrier of the astral realm would also be greater. It would also speed up Yixing's breakthrough. The dark spear screen was about to collapse completely. It looked like it could not hold on any longer. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yixing's body. Bang! Under Shi Wenxie's strongest strike, the barrier of the astral realm was finally broken through. In that instant, Yixing's body underwent a complete metamorphosis. His remaining celestial essence underwent a qualitative change, turning into astral energy that was over 100 times stronger. At the same time, the 50% astral energy that had already transformed into astral energy also underwent a qualitative change, becoming even more formidable. Yixing's cultivation finally broke through the astral realm, and he became a 1-star sage. There was no longer any celestial essence in his body, only astral energy. In that instant, a formidable strength flooded Yixing's body. The astral sword mountain came crashing down. The dark spear screen had already completely collapsed. All that was left was the bare black dragon spear. It could no longer block the astral sword mountain. As the astral sword mountain was about to fall on Yixing's head, the black dragon spear suddenly erupted with a dazzling astral light. Moreover, this astral light was over 10 times stronger than before. Yixing grasped the black dragon spear with both hands and thrust it into the skies. He used the move Flash of Light. Bang! The dark astral spear shot into the skies, unstoppable. The astral sword mountain was already nearing the end of its attack, so how could it possibly resist? It was instantly pierced by the dark astral spear and exploded. Astral light shot out in all directions like fireworks. The move Heavy Mountain Crush was forcefully broken by Yixing. Shi Wenxie suffered a terrifying backlash. His body shook, and he was forced back several steps before coming to a stop. At this moment, in the stands around the martial arena, there were sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. In this critical moment, Yixing had actually succeeded. By borrowing Shi Wenxie's strength, he had successfully broken through the astral realm and become a 1-star sage. All the martial artists present were shocked. In the pavilion, Guru Wu Yu's face lit up with pleasant surprise. Guru Chen Feng and Guru Qing Hong were also overjoyed. As for Guru Driedbone, Guru Huoli, and Guru Sky Snake, they were all stunned. Chapter 386. He really made a breakthrough. Heavens, to make a breakthrough in such an intense battle, he actually didn't suffer from cultivation deviation. An 18-year-old true master. Around the martial arena, cries of surprise sounded out again and again. Even though Shi Daotian had explained Yixing's intentions, there were very few martial artists that believed that Yixing would succeed. Thus, Yixing's successful breakthrough was beyond the expectations of nearly all martial artists. Everyone was shocked. In the martial arena, Yixing put away the black dragon spear. He stood with his hands crossed behind his back, exuding a surging aura like a great mountain. As he looked at Shi Wenxie, his eyes revealed a dignified aura. Being stared at by Yixing, Shi Wenxie's heart inexplicably tightened. Yixing's ability to jump ranks and fight was in no way inferior to Mu Xiaoyue's. Now that he had broken into the true master realm, Shi Wenxie dreaded him greatly. This was originally only an ordinary battle, but you forced me to the point where there was only you and no me. Shi Wenxie, you dug your own grave and buried yourself in it. Yixing coldly looked at Shi Wenxie, his voice chilling. Shi Wenxie took a deep breath and said, "We can only decide victory and defeat." Ha! Yixing laughed out loud. When he was a half-step true master, Shi Wenxie wanted to break his bones and cripple his martial arts. Now, Yixing's cultivation had broken through, and Shi Wenxie actually said that they could only decide victory and defeat. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Yixing didn't reply to Shi Wenxie. After laughing, he revolved the astral stars and used the astral flame fist to punch out at Shi Wenxie. He wanted to use his actions to show his attitude. Firestar Force surged. It hung in the air and rapidly fused into Yixing's fist. Like a funnel, it caused the might of Yixing's astral flame fist to increase by several times. Yixing's astral flame fist had been cultivated to the large success boundary, only a tiny bit away. The only reason he hadn't broken through was because his boundary wasn't high enough. Now that Yixing had broken through to the astral star realm, his astral flame fist had reached the large success boundary, and its might had risen to another level. The Dark Spirit Spear art was at its strongest when combined with the power of dark stars. The astral flame fist was naturally at its strongest when combined with the power of Firestar Force. Thus, after Yixing broke through to the astral star realm, he put away the Black Dragon Spear and used the astral flame fist instead. As long as the astral flame fist reached large success, then under the power of the astral star, it would be even stronger than the Dark Spirit Spear arts at the manifestation boundary. Do you really think I'm afraid? Facing Yixing's flaming fist, Shi Wenxie roared, heavy mountain suppression. Surging astral energy fell from the sky. Shi Wenxie slashed out with his sword. The sword energy was vigorous, and the dazzling astral light condensed into a 100-meter-tall mountain. It attacked Yixing with unstoppable force. Bang! In this round, they were evenly matched. No one had gained the upper hand. Shi Wenxie's eyes brightened and his mood improved. He smiled and said, "Yixing, I thought you would be strong after breaking through to the astral star realm. You can't do anything to me. Since neither of us can do anything to each other, we can only compete in the thickness of our astral stars and see who exhausts their astral stars first. In terms of the thickness of our astral stars, as a 2-star sage, I far surpass you. If we fight for a long time, you will definitely be the one to lose. Before, I agreed to only fight to the end, but you insisted on acting. Now, I will use up your astral stars and wait for you to exhaust your strength. Then, I will slowly torture you, crush your bones, cripple your martial arts, and make you wish you were dead." Yixing raised both his hands and felt the power in his body. His understanding of the flaming aura fist had already reached the greater mastery realm. It was only because his cultivation was not high enough that he did not break through. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his flaming aura fist naturally broke through as well. After the practice of that fist, Yixing finally merged his understanding with the flaming aura fist and broke through to the greater mastery realm. The power of the flaming aura fist at the greater mastery realm was many times stronger than the minor mastery realm. The corner of Yixing's mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Shi Wenxie's expression froze. The smile on Yixing's face gave him a bad feeling. Yixing's smile became wider and wider as he said, "Shi Wenxie, try and take another punch from me." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yixing had already shot forward and punched out. The flaming aura fist bloomed with a bright light and emitted a scorching aura. Just the friction with the air caused obvious shockwaves. The flaming aura fist at the greater mastery realm, the power of fire at the hyperfocus realm, and the flame astrology at the peak of the upper grade astrology. Yixing had perfectly merged the 3 powers of fire together, causing the power of this punch to be exceptionally strong. Shi Wenxie's hair stood on end as he felt a dangerous aura. The power of Yixing's punch was actually much stronger than before. Could this be his true strength? Shi Wenxie's heart was shocked. At this moment, Shi Wenxie did not have much time to think. Yixing had increased his speed with the wind power of the hyper-focus realm, causing this punch to be extremely fast. Shi Wenxie had no way of dodging and could only face it head-on. Heavy Mountain Crush. Shi Wenxie borrowed the power of the astrology realm and once again executed this ultimate move. The Sword Mountain Crush ruthlessly slashed down. In an instant, the flaming Aura Fist and the Sword Mountain Crush collided, causing a loud explosion. The result was completely different from the previous exchange. The Sword Mountain Crush was directly blasted into pieces by Yixing's punch. It turned into countless astral lights that scattered in all directions. Yixing's flaming Aura Fist did not lose its momentum and continued to smash onto the huge black sword in Shi Wenxie's hand. Shi Wenxie immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. As if his body had suffered a heavy blow, he flew back a few hundred meters and landed heavily on the ground. Hiss! In the spectator stands, gasps could be heard. The martial artists were all shocked. The result of this battle came so quickly. Shi Wenxie fell to the ground and rolled continuously. The huge black sword had already fallen to the side and rolled for tens of meters before the terrifying impact dissipated. However, when Shi Wenxie moved, he felt a burning pain in his body. Yixing's flaming Aura Fist had already invaded his body. The flaming Aura Fist was so hot that it felt like it was being burnt. Shi Wenxie felt excruciating pain. Before he could expel the flaming Aura Fist from his body, he would not be able to move. Yixing, on the other hand, walked towards Shi Wenxie step by step. Although his steps seemed slow, each step was more than 100 meters. In just a few steps, he would be right in front of Shi Wenxie. Shi Wenxie would then face the consequences of having his bones and muscles crushed and his martial arts crippled. Shi Wenxie had almost no strength to resist. He waved his hand and instantly took out a formation disc. The formation disc was engraved with a level 3 defense formation, Big Dipper formation. Instantly, a formation light shield covered the area around Shi Wenxie and separated Yixing from the formation disc. At the same time, in the spectator stands, the Earth Carnage Sect's vice faction leader, 5 stars enlightened master, Shi Daotian, stood up. A terrifying aura exploded from Shi Daotian as he shouted, "Yixing, Wenxie has lost. This battle ends here." Yixing had already expected that the Earth Carnage Sect martial artists would stop him. Hence, he had asked the 9 superior sects to uphold justice from the start. With Wu Yu's promise, Yixing was naturally not afraid of the Earth Carnage Sect. Yixing laughed and said, "I have not yet crushed his bones and crippled his martial arts. This battle is not over yet." As he spoke, Yixing punched out. Bang! The formation light shield, which could withstand the attack of an ordinary 3-star venerable, was broken by Yixing's punch. There was no longer any obstruction between Yixing and Shi Wenxie. Seeing this, Shi Daotian was enraged. He shouted, "Yixing, if you dare to harm a single hair on my son, I will exterminate your entire sect." Yixing's expression froze. Instantly, he revealed a murderous aura. The Falling Star sect had already been destroyed. Shi Daotian's words had undoubtedly struck a sore spot in Yixing's heart. Yixing was not in a hurry to attack Shi Wenxie. Instead, he looked into the pavilion and said, "Senior Wu Yu, it looks like in the eyes of the Earth Carnage sect, there is no such person as a senior." In the pavilion, Wu Yu's face turned green with a hint of anger. In front of countless martial artists, he had promised to give Yixing a fair battle. He had promised to settle the consequences for Yixing. However, Shi Daotian still said such words. He really did not take Wu Yu seriously. Exalted, Wu Yu's voice was cold as he said, "This old man has already said that I will deal with the consequences of Yixing's battle. Shi Daotian, if you're unhappy, you can come at me." If the Earth Fiend sect dares to take revenge on Yi Xing, my Tiangang sect will return the favor tenfold. Sure, Dao Yin's expression froze. Just now, he had spoken in a hurry and had neglected Wu Yu. With Wu Yu presiding over this battle, how could the Earth Carnage sect interfere? Seeing that Yi Xing was about to cripple his son, Sure Dao Yin's heart was burning with anxiety. His eyes were filled with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Sure Dao Yin's gaze also looked into the pavilion. Now, he could only ask the three lords of the evil path for help. Withered Bone Lord. Sure Dao Tian asked Withered Bone Lord for help. However, just as Sure Dao Tian spoke, Yi Xing had already attacked. He did not want Withered Bone Lord to stop him. He wanted to cripple Sure Wenxie first. Sure Wenxie's eyes immediately revealed a hint of fear. However, when Yi Xing appeared beside Sure Wenxie, the look in Sure Wenxie's eyes instantly turned vicious. He roared, "Die for me." Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from Sure Wenxie's hand, shooting towards Yi Xing. This was a black short sword that was more than a foot long. It contained an extremely terrifying power. It was a forbidden weapon that was equivalent to a high-grade spiritual weapon. Forbidden weapon, absolute soul sword. This was Sure Wenxie's true trump card. It was a forbidden weapon that could instantly kill a 3-star venerable. Even a 4-star venerable would be severely injured if struck by it. However, just as Sure Wenxie took out the forbidden weapon, absolute soul sword, Yi Xing's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Xing had always been on guard against Sure Wenxie. With his super brain scanning, Yi Xing understood his every move. When Sure Wenxie took out the forbidden weapon, Yi Xing had already executed the heavenly bat footwork. Although the absolute soul sword was strong, it did not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Boom! The absolute soul sword exploded, releasing a terrifying power. Yi Xing's figure had already appeared beside Sure Wenxie like a ghost. His legs ruthlessly stomped down. A shrill cry rang out. All the bones and tendons in Sure Wenxie's body were crushed by Yi Xing. His meridians were all broken, and his martial arts were crippled. Chapter 387. Cries of surprise rang out from the spectators' stands. Although Sure Wenxie was not as outstanding as Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, he was still able to defeat opponents of a higher level in the Astral Star realm. He was a rare genius in the true Xian region. If Sure Wenxie was allowed to grow, he would definitely become an expert of his generation. He might even lead the Earth Carnage sect to become a superior 1-star sect and be on equal footing with the 9 great sects. However, everything was no longer possible. Sure Wenxie had yet to mature. Today, at this moment, his martial arts had already been crippled by Yi Xing. Even his bones and tendons had been completely shattered. He could not even move. From today onwards, he would be a cripple who would even need the help of others to eat. Even if the Earth Carnage sect could obtain a supreme elixir that could heal Sure Wenxie's broken bones and tendons, Sure Wenxie's cultivation had already been crippled. He would have to start cultivating from scratch. He was about to miss the golden period of cultivation, not to mention achieving what he should have achieved in the future. Just recovering his current cultivation was not easy. Sierra. In the spectator stands, Sure Dao Tian watched as Sure Wenxie was crippled by Yi Xing and let out a mournful cry. Sure Dao Yin's eyes were filled with hatred. Many Earth Carnage sect martial artists beside him stood up and looked at Yi Xing furiously. A terrifying aura came from the pavilion. Master Wu Yu's voice rang out. This battle should have been fine. Sure Wenxie was the one who started on purpose. He only has himself to blame for ending up like this. He can't blame anyone else. Yi Xing, let's end this battle here. Whoever dares to make things difficult for you in the future will be my enemy. Thank you, Master Wu Yu, for upholding justice. Yi Xing cupped his fist in the direction of the pavilion and thanked Master Wu Yu. Then, he walked towards the edge of the fighting arena. All the martial artists' gazes were focused on Yi Xing. Their views of Yi Xing had changed completely. Previously, in the eyes of the martial artists, Yi Xing was a talented junior. Now, in the eyes of the martial artists, he was an expert. Among the 3-star venerables, his combat strength was at the top. Although he could not be considered to be invincible in the true Xian territory, he was definitely an expert. He was already in invincible existence in some countries with inferior 1-star sections. Yi Xing returned to the edge of the battle arena and sat down. At this moment, the array formation that enveloped the battle arena had already been removed. Shi Wenxie was being carried away by the Earth Fiend sect's martial artists. The referee announced that they would rest for 15 minutes before the final battle of the young hero assembly would begin. With Shi Wenxie crippled, he naturally could not compete with Yang Gang for the 3rd place. The 3rd and 4th place battles were directly skipped. This 15 minutes was for Yi Xing to recover his astral energy and adjust his internal energy so that he could be in peak condition to face Mu Xiaoyue. Yi Xing's eyes were closed as he adjusted his breathing. But the martial artists watching the battle were already talking amongst themselves as if their nest had exploded. Shi Wenxie is also a rare genius of the true Xian region. To think that he would be crippled just like that. What a pity. Before the war started, who could have predicted such an outcome? Yi Xing actually dared to borrow Shi Wenxie's strength to break through to the astral realm during the battle. He is really courageous. There was no other way. If he did not break through to the astral realm, Yi Xing would definitely lose. The result of losing would be his bones and tendons being broken and his martial arts crippled. It would be no different from going crazy. He might as well risk his life and fight for a future. If Shi Wenxie did not stir up trouble and wanted to break Yi Xing's bones and cripple Yi Xing's martial arts, the outcome of this battle would not be like this. Wu Yu was right. Shi Wenxie brought this upon himself. He cannot blame anyone else. Shi, don't say that. The Earth Carnage sect is not easy to deal with. They are afraid of exalted Wu Yu and do not dare to make a move on Yi Xing. They have nowhere to vent the anger in their hearts. Be careful not to invite trouble onto yourself. How could I not know that the Earth Fiend sect is not easy to deal with? But can he shut the mouths of the world? Furthermore, does the Earth Fiend sect not dare to attack Yi Xing? I don't think so. Why? Does the Earth Fiend sect dare to go against Wu Yu? Wu Yu is one of the top 10 figures on the Heavenly Profound ranking. Even among the exalts, he is one of the top few. He can easily crush the Earth Fiend sect. Does the Earth Fiend sect dare to go against him? Shi Wenxie has been crippled. How can the Earth Fiend sect let this go? They don't dare to do it openly, but they do dare to do it secretly. Furthermore, if the Earth Fiend sect really wants to kill Yi Xing, they have many ways to do it. They don't have to do it themselves. That's true. Yi Xing is not a disciple of the Tiangang sect. Unless Yi Xing joins the Tiangang sect, well, you can protect him for a while, but not forever. That's right. Just wait and see. Once the hero assembly is over, Yi Xing will definitely face a calamity. Whether he can survive this calamity will depend on his luck. 15 minutes passed quickly. The final battle of the young hero assembly had finally arrived. After the referee's announcement, Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue walked into the arena at the same time. The surrounding martial artists suddenly quieted down. All of them stared at Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, their eyes brimming with energy and vigor. Both of them were in the astral realm and had the combat power to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than them. They were the rare geniuses in the true Xian domain. Previously, the martial artists felt that it was a pity that the 2 geniuses, Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, couldn't compete at the same level. Now, Yi Xing had broken through to the astral realm and was a 1-star venerable like Mu Xiaoyue. Although they had broken through at different times, and Mu Xiaoyue was a 1-star venerable, they were still in the same level. As a result, the final battle between the 2 of them had become interesting. They were both geniuses who could defeat opponents 2 levels higher than them in the astral realm. They were both in the first stage of the astral realm. Who was the weaker one? Every martial artist present wanted to know. Even though both of them were geniuses, there could only be one number 1. One of the 2 geniuses had to settle for second place. Geniuses rarely seen in thousands of years had to settle for second place in their generation. It was a tragedy that they were born at the wrong time. Mu Xiaoyue's white robe fluttered in the wind. His temperament was otherworldly, and his expression was still calm. However, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Mu Xiaoyue sized up Yixing and said, "I didn't expect that my opponent in the final battle would be you." Mu Xiaoyue wasn't the only one who didn't expect this. Even after the top four had been decided, the rest of the martial artists didn't expect that Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue would compete for first place. In the eyes of the martial artists, Yixing would settle for fourth place, while Mu Xiaoyue, Yang Gang, and Shi Wenxie had the chance to win first place. But now, Yang Gang and Shi Wenxie had already been eliminated. Only Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue remained. Many martial artists couldn't help but wonder if Mu Xiaoyue would also be eliminated and Yixing would take first place. If this was the result, everyone's eyes would pop out. Before the start of the battle, who would have thought that the half-step enlightened master Yixing's strength would be so strong? Moreover, he could break through the astral realm and become a one-star enlightened master during the battle and compete with Mu Xiaoyue for first place. However, at this moment, the martial artists couldn't help but admit that Yixing already had a 50% chance of winning first place. The strength that Yixing and Mu Xiaoyue had displayed was extremely strong. No one could tell who was stronger and who would be the strongest. They could only wait and see the results of their battle. Yixing was calm and composed. His demeanor was very similar to Mu Xiaoyue's. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up. He revealed a faint smile and said, "I already had a premonition that you would be my strongest opponent for first place." Mu Xiaoyue moved aside slightly and said, "Oh, you actually know my true strength." Yixing nodded and said, "That's right. Someone once told me that when you were a half-step enlightened master, you defeated a two-star enlightened master. Many people didn't believe it, but I did." Mu Xiaoyue smiled and said, "You also have such battle strength. Of course I believe it. Mediocre people wouldn't dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes." After saying this, Mu Xiaoyue's smile froze. His aura suddenly became sharp. There seemed to be sword aura around him. Mu Xiaoyue's eyes were like swords. He stared at Yixing and said, "Yixing, you're not bad. You can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. If your destiny is also comparable to mine, you'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me in the future. But with me, Mu Xiaoyue, in the true Xian domain, you can only be second." Yixing asked, "Why? Can't I be first?" Mu Xiaoyue's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His face was filled with confidence as he said, "Because I, Mu Xiaoyue, am on the path of martial arts. I am invincible. I am invincible. Only in this way can I build an invincible heart and achieve supreme swordsmanship. Being in the same generation as me is your tragedy." Yixing smiled faintly and said, "The path of invincibility? Ha! Invincibility depends on strength, not on the mouth. In this young hero assembly, I'm determined to get first place. No one can stop me." Yixing wanted to get first place, not to cultivate his invincible heart, but to obtain the resurrection pill as a reward. He wanted to give it to his master, Zishan Ho, to heal his broken limbs. No one could stop his determination to get first place. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Mu Xiaoyue raised his hand, and a high-grade spirit weapon flew into his hand. His expression became incomparably firm, and his aura became sharp. The powerful aura condensed into an illusory sword that pierced the sky. The wind and clouds changed color. The terrifying aura made all martial artists below the 4-star level feel a sense of fear. Whoosh! A golden light flew out from between Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows and turned into a golden star that floated in the sky. The golden light was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. It revealed an extremely sharp and terrifying aura. Metal star power fell from the sky and fused with Mu Xiaoyue's body, causing Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura to rise again and soar into the sky. When facing Yanggang, Mu Xiaoyue didn't rush to use his astrology. But when facing Yixing, he immediately used his astrology. From this, it could be seen that Mu Xiaoyue valued Yixing's strength very much. He was even more cautious than when facing Yang Gang. Mu Xiaoyue held the sword in his hand and said, "You are right. The invincible heart depends on strength, not on the mouth. I will use strength to prove that being in the same generation as me is your sorrow." Today's update is complete. Adjusting status. Chapter 388. Mu Xiaoyue used astrology, and so did Yi Xing. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows, turning into a giant flaming star that floated in the air. Surging flaming star power fell and enveloped Yi Xing, exuding a scorching and terrifying aura. Yi Xing wore the blazing gloves and clenched his fists. He shouted, "Cut the crap and bring it on." Mu Xiaoyue's eyes turned cold, and he immediately attacked. Sky-splitting golden sword. With a wave of the upper-grade spirit weapon, a golden sword aura shot out, carrying a terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth. It slashed down at Yi Xing. The sharpness of the sword aura was such that the sky above the battle arena was split into two halves wherever the sword aura passed. Condensing flame aura. In the face of Mu Xiaoyue's terrifying swordsmanship, Yi Xing did not dodge. Instead, he took a step forward. Surging flaming star power merged with the astral energy, turning into a flaming fist aura that met the golden sword aura head-on. Boom! The flaming fist aura and the golden sword aura were shattered in an explosion. The moment the two people made their move, they brought out their true abilities. What they executed were both ultimate killing moves. The result seemed to be a tie. Golden Drizzle Sword. Mu Xiaoyue's sword momentum suddenly changed. His figure flashed like a sword light and disappeared without a trace. Instead, a golden sword aura suddenly shot out from all directions. It was like a dense drizzle of rain. This attack was too strong, and there was no way to avoid it. Even someone as strong as Yang Gang could only defend with all his strength, blocking Mu Xiaoyue's golden drizzle sword. Yi Xing was not Yang Gang. Facing the dense drizzle of sword aura, he did not defend. Instead, he used offense as defense. 9 heavens burning fire. Yi Xing shouted as he executed one of the flaming astral fist group attack moves. In an instant, Yi Xing threw countless punches in all directions. The surging fiery star power made him not worry about the fire astral gale at all. It was more than enough for him to perform the move fire burning 9 heavens. Dense, flaming energy fists blasted out in all directions. The drizzling energy swords were all broken by Yi Xing's energy fists. Facing the golden light drizzle sword, most martial artists would choose the same method as Yang Gang to defend with all their might. This was because the drizzle energy swords were densely packed and innumerable. If one used offense as defense, if one did not destroy all of the drizzle energy swords, one would definitely be harmed. Yi Xing had his super brain to scan the area, so he was not worried about this. No matter how dense the sword forces were, Yi Xing could see them clearly with his super brain scan. Hence, he used fire burns the 9 heavens to destroy all the drizzling sword forces. Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. As soon as Yi Xing destroyed the Golden Radiance Drizzle Sword, a cold shout rang out. Afterwards, there was a flash of light. Young Master Mu had turned into a streak of resplendent light with his sword, stabbing towards Yi Xing. All the martial artists watching the battle widened their eyes at this moment. They did not even dare to blink as they watched the battle in the arena. The battle between Mu Xiaoyue and Yang Gang was decided when Mu Xiaoyue used the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. Now, Mu Xiaoyue used the Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword again, but his opponent was Yi Xing. Could Yi Xing block this sword move? At this moment, it was very likely that the outcome of the battle between Mu Xiaoyue and Yi Xing would be decided. No one dared to blink, afraid that they would miss a moment. To the surprise of all the martial artists present, Yi Xing didn't try to resist Mu Xiaoyue's sword. Instead, with a schwa sound, a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. This was a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, black feather wings. Yi Xing did not block Mu Xiaoyue's sword. Instead, he dodged. While he used the black feather wings, he also used the subtle wind force and the heavenly bat steps. The transformative stage, Heavenly Bat Steps, was already extremely fast. It contained the subtle wind force, and with the added speed of the black feather wings, Yi Xing's speed reached a level that even a mid-stage true master would be surprised. Whoosh! Yi Xing's body instantly shot up into the sky. Mu Xiaoyue's sword pierced through the air, passing by in a flash. Many martial artists were so shocked that their mouths formed an O shape. How fast was Mu Xiaoyue's sword? It definitely surpassed the limits of a beginner stage true master. Even a 4-star true master would only be able to block this sword, not dodge it. But Yi Xing had actually managed to dodge Mu Xiaoyue's sword at such a critical moment. Just what sort of speed was this? As for how fast Yi Xing was, most of the martial artists did not know. They only saw Yi Xing's figure shoot up into the sky and then disappear from sight. Even the mid-stage true masters were not able to clearly see Yi Xing's figure. In the next moment, Mu Xiaoyue stopped because his sword had pierced through the air. As for Yi Xing, he was already standing several hundred meters behind Mu Xiaoyue. What a strong sword! Even Yang Gang could not block it. Unfortunately, no matter how strong this sword is, it cannot touch me. Yi Xing retracted the black feather wings behind him. He turned around and looked at Mu Xiaoyue, slowly speaking. Mu Xiaoyue's complexion was somewhat ugly. He had already cultivated the golden ray sword art to the perfection boundary. He had already comprehended the subtle boundary of the golden ray sword art. Combined with his superior alloy attribute, he could use the strongest move of the golden ray sword art, the golden ray sword of annihilation. In Mu Xiaoyue's opinion, no beginner stage true master should be able to block it. Mu Xiaoyue believed that he was an invincible existence among beginner stage true masters. But his strongest move had been dodged by Yi Xing. He could not believe that his attack had not harmed Yi Xing in the slightest. Mu Xiaoyue frowned. I didn't think that you would have a mid-grade flying spirit artifact on you. To be able to dodge my attack, that is a bit beyond my expectations. But this is because you relied on an external object. Otherwise, you would not have been able to dodge my sword. Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows rose. His tone changed as he continued. But you think that you're the only one with a mid-grade flying spirit artifact. Schwa. As he spoke, a pair of golden wings unfurled behind Mu Xiaoyue's back. It was also a mid-grade flying spirit artifact. As the golden wings unfurled, Mu Xiaoyue's expression turned cold again. His eyes were like swords as he stared at Yi Xing. You are fast, but if I use a mid-grade flying spirit artifact as well, let's see if you can still dodge it. Yi Xing smiled faintly. The reason he was able to dodge Mu Xiaoyue's golden radiance extermination blade was not just because of his black wings. More importantly, it was because of his wind force, which was in the realm of refinement, and his heavenly bat steps. The reason why he had used the black wings was because Mu Xiaoyue's attack had been too sudden. In order to avoid any accidents, Yi Xing had pushed his speed to the limit and used the black wings. Now, Yi Xing was on guard. His super brain scanned his opponent, and Mu Xiaoyue's astral energy circulated. Yi Xing understood everything. Even if Yi Xing did not use the black wings, Mu Xiaoyue would not be able to touch Yi Xing. Yi Xing's faint smile was taken as contempt by Mu Xiaoyue. His expression turned angry as he said, "Lose." Whoosh! As he spoke, Mu Xiaoyue used the golden radiance annihilation sword again. With a flash of light, he rushed towards Yi Xing. Now that Mu Xiaoyue was using a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, his speed was even faster than before. However, under the scan of Yi Xing's superbrain, Mu Xiaoyue's movement was detected by Yi Xing. Almost at the same time as Mu Xiaoyue's attack, Yi Xing had already used the sky bat steps to dodge to the side. Mu Xiaoyue's attack missed again. Seeing that Yi Xing had dodged his attack without using a mid-grade flying spirit artifact, Mu Xiaoyue felt even more embarrassed. He continued to use the golden radiance annihilation sword and wildly attacked Yi Xing. Whoosh! 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 Mu Xiaoyue attacked Yi Xing 3 times in a row, but all 3 attacks missed. This so fast. What level of attainment has Yi Xing reached in his movement technique? How can he be so fast? Not only is his movement technique high, but he can also predict his opponent's movements. When Mu Xiaoyue attacked, he was already dodging. There was almost no difference in timing. The martial artist cried out in alarm. Some mid-level sages could see the real reason why Yi Xing was able to dodge Mu Xiaoyue's attacks every time. Mu Xiaoyue attacked several times in a row, but all of his attacks were in vain. He stopped and said, "Yi Xing, do you only know how to dodge? You don't even dare to fight me head-on. It's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. If you keep running away, then there's no need to compete. The winner cannot be someone who only knows how to run away." Compared to Mu Xiaoyue's impetuous and impatient attitude, Yi Xing was as calm and composed as ever. Yi Xing said, "You said that I can't dodge your sword moves, but I'm just proving that I can. Who says that I don't dare to fight you head-on? You've already attacked me several times, so why don't you try taking a fist from me?" As he spoke, Yi Xing's aura began to rapidly rise, as if he were preparing for his strongest attack. As his voice fell, Yi Xing's aura had already risen to the peak. His entire body began to emit translucent flames, as if he were a messenger of fire. Yi Xing used the astral flame fist and punched out at Mu Xiaoyue. As this fist punched out, a fire dragon and a fire tiger followed Yi Xing from both sides, letting out the roars of a tiger and a dragon. In an instant, the fire dragon and the fire tiger merged into Yi Xing's astral flame fist, but the roars of the tiger and the dragon became even more intense. The tiger and dragon roar was the strongest move of the astral flame fist. Yi Xing punched out, and the astral flame fist contained the power of a dragon and a tiger. Its terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Mu Xiaoyue immediately felt a huge amount of pressure. Golden Ray Extermination Sword. Mu Xiaoyue's expression was grim as he shouted and used the Golden Ray Sword's ultimate move to attack Yi Xing. Before, Yi Xing had dodged every move of the Golden Ray Extermination Sword. This time, Yi Xing took the initiative to attack, so naturally he couldn't dodge. However, the difference was that when Mu Xiaoyue took the initiative to attack Yi Xing, the Golden Ray Extermination Sword was fully displayed, and its power was at its strongest. Now, Yi Xing took the initiative to attack, so the initiative was in Yi Xing's hands. Mu Xiaoyue hastily used the same Golden Ray Extermination Sword, but its power wasn't as strong as when Mu Xiaoyue took the initiative to attack Yi Xing. Although the difference wasn't big, for experts of similar strength, a slight decrease in strength would affect the final outcome of the battle. Boom! With a loud explosion, the astral sword and the astral fist collided. What a tragedy! The more I owe, the more I owe. But I'll make up for it, definitely. Chapter 389. The sword aura and fist aura exploded at this moment, splashing in all directions. The exploding astral aura released a blinding light that was difficult to look at. In an instant, this dazzling light filled the entire martial arena along with the chaotic astral energy that was surging in all directions. A light barrier appeared, confining the turbulent astral aura within the martial arena. Amidst the turbulent astral aura and the blinding light, the martial artists could no longer see the situation in the martial arena. They could only see the blinding light and turbulent astral aura. The light was obviously blinding, and because of the chaotic astral aura, they could not see Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue in the martial arena. However, the martial artists still endured the blinding light and stared at the martial arena with wide eyes. They all wanted to know who was stronger and who was weaker in this round of peak confrontation. They were afraid that they would miss a single moment. The blinding light dissipated in the blink of an eye. However, the turbulent astral aura took a few breaths before it gradually dissipated. When the astral aura that blocked their vision dissipated, the martial arena suddenly erupted with a uniform cry of surprise. They saw Yi Xing standing in the same place, his posture like a mountain. As for Mu Xiaoyue, He had already appeared 100 meters behind him. He was half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. A trail of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and the sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground to support his body. Mu Xiaoyue was actually injured. Before the battle, although Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue's chances of victory were 50-50, in the hearts of the majority of the martial artists, they still thought that Mu Xiaoyue would win. This was because Mu Xiaoyue had broken through to the astral realm first. Although they were both one-star sages, his cultivation was more profound than Yi Xing's. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue came from the Golden Sword sect, one of the 9 great sects, and had been taught by a master. On the other hand, Yi Xing came from an inferior one-star sect. The person who taught him might not be as strong as Yi Xing himself. This hero's assembly was undoubtedly a good basis for the Earth Profound list rankings. The champion of the hero's assembly would also be the champion of the Earth Profound list. For the martial artists, it was natural for Mu Xiaoyue, who came from the Golden Sword sect, to be the champion of the Earth Profound list. However, if Yi Xing, a martial artist from a remote area, were to become the champion of the Earth Profound list, many martial artists would not accept it. However, the result was beyond the expectations of the majority of the martial artists. The dark horse, Yi, was not satisfied with second place. He had defeated Mu Xiaoyue to become the champion. In the pavilion, the Golden Sword sect's venerable master Jinjua looked at the arena in disbelief and muttered to himself, "This is impossible." Mu Xiaoyue was a rare genius in the true Xian domain that was rarely seen in thousands of years. In the history of the Golden Sword sect, there had never been such a monstrous genius. The ancient martial art practitioners of the Golden Sword sect all thought that Mu Xiaoyue would lead the true Xian domain to a new era. Who would have thought that Mu Xiaoyue would be defeated by Yi Xing, who was even younger than him? Therefore, even though the truth was right in front of his eyes, Venerable Master Jinjua still could not believe it. Venerable Wuji and Venerable Zixia both sighed. It was not that Mu Xiaoyue was not outstanding, but it was a pity that Yi Xing was too heaven-defying. Mu Xiaoyue said that it was sad that Yi Xing was born in the same generation as him. This was completely the opposite. It should be that it was sad that Mu Xiaoyue and Yi Xing were born in the same generation. Venerable Wuji glanced at Venerable Wu Yu and saw that Venerable Wu Yu's face was full of joy. He was obviously very happy. When Yi Xing had shown his talent, the venerables of the 3 camps had all wanted to rope him in. However, as the competition continued, the Evil Path camp stood against Yi Xing because of Sherwin Xie. The camp led by the Boundless sect ignored Yi Xing because of Mu Xiaoyue. However, the Good Path camp led by the Tiangang sect had lent a helping hand to Yi Xing. Yi Xing would undoubtedly stand on the side of the Good Path camp. Therefore, Venerable Wu Yu, Venerable Chun Feng, and Venerable Qing Hong were all very happy. Yi Xing was actually more monstrous than Mu Xiaoyue. This was obviously a pleasant surprise. Yi Xing wins. He is the first in the Young Hero Assembly, and Mu Xiaoyue is second. The venerable judge announced the results. Yi Xing smiled faintly. His heart was filled with joy. Taking first place in the Young Hero Assembly was his goal, and he had finally accomplished it. This meant that his Master Zi Shanho's severed limb could be healed. Mu Xiaoyue supported himself with his sword and slowly stood up. After a long time, he finally expelled the flaming fist energy from his body. Mu Xiaoyue's eyes were still as sharp as swords. He stared at Yi Xing and said, "Today was just an accident. In 3 months, I will challenge you again. At that time, I will let you understand the difference between you and me." Yi Xing was in a very good mood. He boasted, "On the path of martial arts, I have always surpassed others. No one has ever surpassed me. Always surpassing others. No one has ever surpassed me." When the martial artists heard this, they were all startled. These words were really boastful. However, the martial artists took a deep look at Yi Xing. They found that Yi Xing was qualified to say these words. An 18-year-old one-star venerable, of course, had always surpassed others on the path of martial arts. If anyone could surpass him, then the first place in the Young Hero Assembly would not be Yi Xing. Even a peerless genius like Mu Xiaoyue had been surpassed by Yi Xing. Who among the younger generation of the true Xian domain could compare with him? Mu Xiaoyue was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard Yi Xing's words. He was very unwilling in his heart. It was only right that he should be the one to say something like that. Mu Xiaoyue imagined that if he won first place in the Young Hero Assembly and said, "I have always surpassed others. No one has ever surpassed me." How cool would that be? However, when Yi Xing said these words, Mu Xiaoyue only felt depressed. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph! No one has ever surpassed me. Just wait and see. I, Mu Xiaoyue, will be the first to surpass you." Yi Xing smiled indifferently and said, "I'll be waiting." After saying this, Yi Xing walked to the edge of the gladiator arena. The referee stopped Yi Xing from leaving and said, "Next, we will give out rewards to the top 10 geniuses of the Young Hero Assembly. The top 10 geniuses of the younger generation, please come up." Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Bai Cong, Shui Yin, Nin Xinyue, Du Fiyun, Shi Du, and the others walked over from the edge of the gladiator arena. The 7 people's gazes swept over Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue. Obviously, their gazes lingered on Yi Xing for a longer time. It was clear that the shock they felt towards Yi Xing was much greater than towards Mu Xiaoyue. Before the Young Hero Assembly, who would have thought that Yi Xing would win first place? Even when Yi Xing had revealed his strength and entered the top 4, no one had thought so. However, the final result of Yi Xing had deeply shocked everyone. Soon, the rewards of the 9 sect alliances were distributed to the younger generation. Yi Xing had obtained the resurrection elixir as he had wished. Only 9 of the top 10 geniuses had come. The 4th place, Shi Wenxie, had not come. Although he had been crippled, his ranking had not been erased. He had been directly sent to the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect. Chapter 390. Yi Xing's reward wasn't just the elixir of resurrection. There were also 2 Saint Spirit elixirs and a 1-star star energy elixir. They were all high-grade elixirs and were extremely valuable. Other than the elixirs, there were also 10,000 mid-grade star crystals. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals was definitely not a small sum. Many low-grade 1-star sects couldn't take out 10,000 mid-grade star crystals even if they used their entire sect's resources. Of course, to Yi Xing, 10,000 mid-grade star crystals weren't much. He had tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals on him. He was considered rich among the mid-level enlightened masters. The star energy elixir was an elixir that could quickly recover one's astral energy, while the Saint Spirit elixir was an elixir that could increase one's cultivation. Yi Xing's cultivation was at the 1st level of the astral realm. 2 Saint Spirit elixirs were enough for Yi Xing to consolidate his cultivation and save him a month or 2 of hard work. With the reward in hand, Yi Xing was eager to return home. He only wanted to return to the Qinyan region and the Fallen Star Kingdom. He wanted to heal Zishan Ho's legs and rebuild the Fallen Star sect. He wanted to destroy the Fallen Star sect's enemies one by one. Yi Xing. Just as Yi Xing was about to leave, someone suddenly called out to him. Yi Xing turned around and saw Yang Gang, who was dressed in black, walking towards him. In the battle with Shi Wenxie, it was Master Wu Yu of the Heavenly Dipper sect who upheld justice. Yi Xing had a good impression of the Heavenly Dipper sect's martial artists. Yi Xing nodded towards Yang Gang. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Yang Gang walked in front of Yi Xing and said, "In today's world, martial arts is flourishing and geniuses are emerging in large numbers. Mu Xiaoyue alone is already shocking enough. I didn't expect you to be even more shocking than him. Yi Xing, congratulations on obtaining first place. You're also first on the Earth Profound ranking." Yi Xing smiled faintly. Yang Gang was originally first on the Earth Profound ranking. Now that he was pushed down to 3rd place by Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, he didn't seem angry at all. Yi Xing knew that Yang Gang wouldn't stop him because of this little compliment, so he quietly looked at Yang Gang. As expected, Yang Gang quickly said, "My martial uncle wants to meet you. He invites you to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion." Although the Nine Sects headquarters was in the Nine Heavens City, the Nine Sects headquarters, the Nine Sects headquarters. The Nine Sects representatives in the Nine Sect were the Sects representatives in the Nine Sects. The Nine Sects TSS, the SSS. Yixing looked at Yonggang in confusion and asked, "Your martial uncle?" Yonggang nodded and said, "It's Lord Wu Yu. Is. Yonggang waved his hand. "Follow me." The Nine Sects representatives were in the pavilion. Of course, Yonggang wouldn't meet Yixing in the pavilion. Instead, he directly led Yixing to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion, which was the Heavenly Dipper Sect's private territory. Under Yonggang's lead, Yixing left the battle arena and headed to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion. With Yonggang around, Yixing could naturally fly in the inner city. He directly rode the silver-winged Devil Eagle and traveled with Yonggang. Before Yixing reached the Heavenly Dipper Mansion, he was stopped by a 6 stars Enlightened Master. Enlightened Master Gutai. Yonggang nodded to the 6 stars Enlightened Master to show his respect. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Yixing. "It's the White Bone Sect's elder." White Bone Sect. Yixing's eyes twitched. When he fought with Shi Wenxie, the Dried Bones Enlightened Master who supported Shi Wenxie was from the White Bone Sect. Yixing naturally didn't have a good impression of the White Bone Sect's people. However, Yixing couldn't afford to offend the White Bone Sect's elder. Since the Bone Sect's elder was right in front of him, Yixing still nodded and greeted, "Enlightened Master Gutai." Enlightened Master Gutai waved his hand at Yonggang and said, "You go to the side first. I want to talk to Yixing." Yonggang didn't leave and said, "Enlightened Master Gutai, Yixing is going to the Heavenly Dipper Mansion on the orders of my martial uncle Wu Yu." Enlightened Master Gutai said, "I know. I just want to talk to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Daoist Gutai disregarded Yonggang and directly walked over to Yixing and said, "Yixing, I'm an inner court elder of the Bone Sect, and I have an extraordinarily good thing for you." Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Isn't the White Bone Sect the same as the Earth Fiend Sect, an evil sect? What good news do you have for me?" Enlightened Master Gutai's expression was arrogant as he said, "Yixing, you come from the Qingyun region's low-grade 1-star sect, the Falling Star Sect. The sect's best cultivation inheritance and martial art inheritance are only high-grade spirit grade. Even if your talent is heaven-defying, a high-grade spirit grade cultivation inheritance is your limit. In this aspect, you are far from being comparable to the Golden Sword Sect's Mu Shaoyue. The Golden Sword Sect has a top-grade spirit grade cultivation inheritance. Mu Shaoyue can cultivate until he's a 9 stars Enlightened Master, or even a half-step Venerable. If you were only a disciple of the Yu, would never be able to reach Mu Shaoyue's height in the future. However, you're in luck now. As long as you join the White Bone Sect, the White Bone Sect will provide you with a top-grade spirit grade cultivation inheritance and martial art inheritance. Moreover, there will be a master who will accept you as a personal disciple and guide your cultivation. The White Bone Sect will see you as the sect's future and will do everything to nurture you. Whether it is now or in the future, you will be able to stand above Mu Shaoyue and never be surpassed by him. Tell me, isn't this great news for you?" Yonggang's face turned green. The White Bone Sect was so shameless as to block Yixing's path to the Heavenly Dipper Sect. Yixing was so outstanding that Yonggang naturally understood why Master Wu Yu wanted to talk to Yixing. Of course, he wanted Yixing to join the Heavenly Dipper Sect. With Yixing's potential, under the Heavenly Dipper Sect's nurturing, he would definitely become one of the strongest in the True Xian region in the future. This would ensure that the Heavenly Dipper Sect would remain the #1 sect in the True Xian region for close to 200 years. The White Bone Sect naturally knew why Master Wu Yu wanted to talk to Yixing. That was why they had sent Sage Gutai to block him on the way. They wanted to poach Yixing from the Heavenly Dipper Sect first. Although the White Bone Sect's Master Witherbone had supported Yixing when he had fought with Shi Wenxie, that was then and this was now. Now that Shi Wenxie had been crippled, Yixing's performance had exceeded the White Bone Sect's expectations. As one of the strongest sects in the true Xian region, the White-Bone sect was naturally able to let go of things. Before the Heavenly Dipper sect, they had thrown out the best conditions to Yi Xing to let Yi Xing join the White-Bone sect. Yang Gang found Sage Gutai's actions to be extremely shameless. Just as he was about to say something, Yi Xing had already spoken. Yi Xing rejected Sage Gutai. This junior appreciates senior's good intentions. However, this junior is a disciple of the Falling Star sect. I won't join another sect. Please forgive me, senior. Taoist Master Gutai chuckled and said, Yi Xing, people walk to higher places while water flows to lower places. As a martial artist, constantly advancing on the path of martial arts is the most important thing. You have exceptional talent, but the Falling Star sect is too small to accommodate you. Without a high-grade spiritual level cultivation inheritance, you can only become a 6-star venerable in the future. Furthermore, according to the information I received, the Falling Star sect has already been destroyed and no longer exists. If you join the White-Bone sect, you won't be joining another sect. As long as you join the White-Bone sect, you can state whatever conditions you want. Even if you want to avenge Theet, won't be a problem. The White-Bone sect can easily destroy all of the Falling Star sect's enemies. Yi Xing raised his right hand. There was a middle-grade storage ring on his middle finger. It was the ring of the Falling Star sect's sect master. Yi Xing said, This is the ring of the Falling Star sect's sect master. I am the current sect master of the Falling Star sect. As long as the Falling Star sect still exists, senior, I will definitely not join the White-Bone sect. Please don't waste your energy. I will avenge the Falling Star sect myself. I don't need to borrow the hands of others. You haven't even grown your hair yet. Sect Master? Taoist Gutai's expression turned cold. However, he immediately reacted. With Yi Xing's current strength, he was more than qualified to be the sect master of a low-grade 1-star sect. Yang Gang didn't believe that Yi Xing wouldn't be tempted by a top-grade spirit grade inheritance. In his opinion, the reason why Yi Xing rejected Taoist Gutai was because of Wu Yu's help. Therefore, Yi Xing chose the Tian Gang sect in his heart. Yang Gang said, Taoist Gutai, Yi Xing won't go to the White-Bone sect. Save your energy. My martial uncle is still waiting for me and Yi Xing. If we don't arrive after a long time, my martial uncle will definitely come out to look for us. If he sees Taoist Gutai blocking us, then it won't be good. Taoist Gutai looked at Yi Xing's eyes again. Seeing the determination in Yi Xing's eyes, he could only sigh and leave. Yang Gang looked at Taoist Gutai's departing figure and said with a smile, When you fought Shi Wenxie, the White-Bone sect clearly supported him. Now, they're asking you to join them. How shameless. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, Let's go. Yi Xing didn't lack top-grade spirit grade inheritances. In the Falling Star secret realm, he had obtained the Falling Star incantation. It was enough for him to reach the peak of the astral realm. A 2-star sect might be attractive to Yi Xing. After rebuilding, the Yi Xing might join a 2-star sect in order to go further on the martial path. However, it was impossible for him to join a high-grade 1-star sect. Taoist Gutai said that a low-grade 1-star sect was too small to accommodate Yi Xing. In Yi Xing's opinion, a low-grade 1-star sect was also too small. In fact, even a 2-star sect was still too small for Yi Xing. Yi Xing was determined to reach the peak of the martial path. At the very least, he wanted to become a monarch. Only a 3-star sect was attractive to him. If a 3-star sect was recruiting disciples, he would definitely go and register after rebuilding the Falling Star sect. Whether it was the White-Bone sect, the Big Dipper sect, or the 9 superior sects of the true mystic region, Yi Xing didn't consider them. Soon, Yi Xing arrived at the Big Dipper mansion. Under Yang Gang's lead, he saw Wu Yu in the guest hall. Wu Yu looked over 60 years old, but he was actually more than 130 years old. He wore a long black robe, and his black hair was tied up on top of his head. He looked very spirited and had an indescribable might. After Yang Gang's introduction, Yi Xing bowed and said, Junior Yi Xing greets Wu Yu. Thank you for upholding justice for me. Yi Xing will engrave this in his heart. Wu Yu stood up and walked over to Yixing. He carefully sized up Yixing, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 391. Good, good. Your talent is monstrous, and your battle strength is heaven-defying. You are truly a young hero. Master Wu Yu patted Yixing's shoulder and praised. Yixing's expression remained the same as he said indifferently. Junior's achievements are still acceptable in the true Xian domain, but in the entire star continent, they are nothing. Master Wu Yu said, at such a young age, you broke through the astral realm and became a Taoist. Moreover, your battle strength is heaven-defying, and you won first place in the Young Hero Assembly. Ha! But you're not arrogant at all because of this. It seems like your mental state is much, much higher than martial artists of your generation. Master Wu Yu looked at Yixing with even more admiration. After a short pause, Master Wu Yu went straight to the point and asked Yixing, Yixing, I heard that your sect no longer exists. Are you interested in joining the Heavenly Dipper sect? I am willing to accept you as my personal disciple and do my best to nurture you so that you can become the #1 person in the true Xian domain. On the side, Yang Gang's gaze was somewhat envious. Even he was only a 7th-level star Dipper Realm Master of the Heavenly Dipper sect, who was also the sect master of the Heavenly Dipper sect. Master Wu Yu, on the other hand, was at the peak of 8th-level star Dipper Realm. Among the 30 or so masters in the true Xian domain, he was ranked at the top and was the second person in the Heavenly Dipper sect. As for the #1 person in the Heavenly Dipper sect, he was already very old, more than 160 years old. He basically did not care about the affairs of the sect and did not accept disciples. In other words, once Yixing entered the Heavenly Dipper sect, he would be above Yang Gang and become the #1 person in the Heavenly Dipper sect, not in terms of strength, but in terms of status. The lifespan of a Taoist was much longer than that of a martial saint. It was 200 years. Therefore, after a martial artist became a Taoist, the prime time for cultivation would be extended. Before reaching the astral realm, the prime time for cultivation would be 25 years old. For astral realm Taoists, the prime time for cultivation would be 35 years old. If one became an astral reaching venerable, their lifespan would be 300 years. The prime time for cultivation would be even longer, close to 50 years. 99% of the time, when a martial artist's cultivation increased, was during the golden period of cultivation. Once they exceeded the golden period, their potential would be exhausted, and it would be very difficult for their cultivation to increase again. In the future, after a long period of accumulation, it would be very good if they could increase their cultivation by 1 or 2 realms. There were also martial artists who didn't perform well during the golden age of cultivation, but when they got older, they would have a sudden epiphany and their cultivation would soar. However, this kind of late bloomer situation was extremely rare and could only be considered a special case. It was precisely because it was difficult for martial artists to increase their cultivation after the golden period of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation of the elders of the various large sects was not much higher than the cultivation of the younger disciples who were about to finish their apprenticeship during the golden period. In fact, some of the outstanding disciples had already surpassed some of the elders during the golden period. Before the age of 35, it was the golden age for enlightened masters to cultivate. Therefore, enlightened masters' disciples finished their apprenticeship at an older age than martial saints' disciples. Yang Gang was the one with the highest cultivation among the Tiangang sect's disciples under the age of 25. However, he wasn't the one with the highest cultivation among all the disciples. Some disciples over the age of 30 with outstanding talent were already at the 5th or 6th level of the Star Dipper realm. However, regardless of whether they were at the 5th or 6th level of the Star Dipper realm, their masters couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Wu Yu. Therefore, if Yixing was accepted as a personal disciple by Wu Yu, his position would definitely be the highest among the Tiangang sect's disciples. Even Yang Gang, who was the sect master's personal disciple, couldn't compare. However, to Yang Gang's surprise, Yixing rejected Wu Yu just like how he rejected enlightened Master Gutai. Yixing showed the sect master's ring in his hand and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Master." However, as the sect master that is junior only wants to rebuild the Falling Star sect, I won't change my allegiance to any sect in the true Xian region. Please forgive me, Master. Yang Gang was surprised, and so was Wu Yu. He, Master Wu Yu, was in existence ranked 7th on the Heavenly Profound ranking. With a stomp of his foot, the entire martial world of the true Xian domain would move. How many people wanted to become his disciple? However, ever since Wu Yu nurtured a 7th-level star Dipper Realm Master for the Tiangang sect 40 years ago, he hadn't accepted any other disciples because there wasn't any disciple that caught his eye. Today, he invited Yixing to meet face-to-face and was willing to accept Yixing as his disciple. However, Yixing refused. Wu Yu originally thought that Yixing would definitely agree after he said so. As a martial artist who didn't want to enter a stronger sect and learn more advanced martial arts and inheritances. Moreover, the Falling Star sect had already been destroyed. In Wu Yu's opinion, this was the best time for Yixing to enter the Tiangang sect. Therefore, he didn't expect Yixing to refuse. However, Yixing refused, which made Wu Yu a little dazed and his old face a little hot. Wu Yu stared blankly at Yixing. After a few breaths, he said, "Are you sure? If you don't have a cultivation inheritance, even if your talent is high, your martial arts achievements will be limited." Yixing nodded and said, "I'm sure. I appreciate Master's kindness. I will remember Master's kindness and will repay it in the future. However, I have no intention of joining any sect in the true Xian region." Yang Gang stared blankly at Yixing from the side like a statue. When Yixing said this to Taoist Gutai, Yang Gang thought it was just an excuse. However, Yixing had refused Wu Yu twice in a row. He finally understood that Yixing was speaking the truth from the bottom of his heart. "Martial uncle," Yang Gang immediately transmitted a message to Wu Yu, explaining Yixing's refusal of Taoist Gutai. Wu Yu knew that Yixing had also refused the White Bone sect's invitation. After confirming that Yixing would not leave the east side, Wu Yu said, "Yixing, even if you don't join the Big Dipper sect, I will still treat you as a friend. If you have any difficulties in the true Xian region, you can come to me. The Big Dipper sect will settle it for you. However, you are not a disciple of my Big Dipper sect. My sect's supreme grade spiritual inheritance cannot be imparted to you. Any sect relied on the inheritance of cultivation techniques as its foundation. Without the inheritance, one's cultivation would not be able to increase. It was the most important thing for the sect. If one was not a core member of the sect, they would not have the opportunity to learn the highest level inheritance. Moreover, even the core members would have to swear an oath to not impart the highest level inheritance to outsiders. If Yixing did not join the Big Dipper sect, no matter how much Wu Yu valued Yixing, he would not impart the highest level inheritance of the Big Dipper sect to Yixing. As Wu Yu spoke, he took out a secret manual and gave it to Yixing. He said, "I can't impart the inheritance to you. However, I could teach you martial arts. I saw that the spear technique you used at the Hero Assembly was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. This is the Flaming Sun Spear Technique, an upper-grade spiritual martial art. I'll give it to you as a gift." Chapter 392. Thank you, Master. Yixing did not decline Master Wu Yu's goodwill and accepted the Flaming Sun Spear Art Manual. Yixing kept the manual in his storage ring and said, "When I leave the true Xian region in the future, if I have any achievements, I will repay the Tiangang sect tenfold." Master Wu Yu chuckled and nodded at Yixing. Let's talk about the future in the future. Yixing, are you preparing to return to the Qingyan region?" Yixing nodded and said, "Yes. My master's legs are crippled. I came to the Nine Heavens City to participate in the Young Hero Assembly for the Resurrection Elixir. Now that I have the Resurrection Elixir, I will return as soon as possible to heal my master's legs. Also, I want to rebuild the Falling Star sect and settle accounts with some people." Master Wu Yu's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. He said, Yi Xing, since you want to rebuild the eye, I have a piece of information that should be useful to you. Yi Xing saw Master Wu Yu's expression, and his heart tightened. He said, Please speak, Master. Master Wu Yu said, Tomorrow, there will be an auction at the White Bones auction house. A slave will be auctioned at the auction. Yi Xing's breathing quickened slightly. From a change in Master Wu Yu's expression, he could tell that the slave being auctioned was related to him. Master Wu Yu paused and continued. The slave being auctioned is a disciple of the Falling Star sect. I heard that she is extremely beautiful. Because she is a virgin, she was auctioned. Yi Xing clenched his fists tightly and said, What is her name? Who put her up for auction at the White Bones auction house? Master Wu Yu said, Her name is Lin Tongyu. The Sun Moon sect first went to the Tiangang auction house, but our sect does not auction slaves. Therefore, they went to the White Bones auction house. The White Bones sect is an evil sect. No matter what kind of business it does not refuse. Even though Yi Xing tried his best to control himself and keep his mind calm, flames of anger still jumped in his eyes. When the Falling Star sect was destroyed, he had always thought that Lin Tongyu had died. He had never thought that she was still alive. However, she had been taken as a slave by the Sun Moon sect and sold off in the Nine Heaven City. Sun Moon sect. Yi Xing gnashed his teeth as a terrifying killing intent erupted from his heart. The Sun Moon sect was behind the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Now, the Sun Moon sect was even auctioning off Lin Tongyu as a slave. This completely touched Yi Xing's reverse scale. Sun Moon sect. I will raze you to the ground and erase your name from this world. Yi Xing swore in his heart. Wu Yu felt the killing intent in Yi Xing's heart and thought that Yi Xing was targeting the White Bones auction house. Yi Xing, don't get too excited. Since the White Bones auction house has decided to auction tomorrow, Lin Tongyu will definitely be fine. The White Bones auction house is the property of the White Bones sect. If you can't get her back directly, why don't you participate in the auction tomorrow and bid for her back? You have 10,000 mid-grade star crystals, which should be enough to get her back. If someone competes with you, just bid. No matter how many star crystals you need, this old man will help you gather them. Perhaps you should pay attention to some other people now. The slaves that the Sun Moon sect brought to the Nine Heaven City today are not just Lin Tongyu alone. There are also many cultivators from the Falling Star sect. They have no value to be auctioned off. They should be branded as slaves tonight and sold off in the slave market. It's not too late for you to stop them. The Sun Moon sect stronghold in the Nine Heaven City only has 1 4 stars venerable. I will send someone to deal with him. As for the rest, you should be able to deal with them with your strength. Yi Xing cupped his fists and bowed to esteemed Master Wu Yu. He said, Many thanks, esteemed Master Wu Yu. You telling me all this is more precious than giving me 10 books of the Flaming Sun Spear art. Although this junior's strength is weak now, this junior still has to say that from today onwards, the matters of the Heavenly Dipper sect are my, Yi Xing's matters. Esteemed Master Wu Yu nodded and waved his hand. Go quickly. It's getting late. If you're late, they will reach the slave market. The slave market is under the protection of a few great sections. Once they reach there, it won't be easy for you to make a move. After speaking, esteemed Master Wu Yu glanced at Yang Gang and said, Send Yi Xing out of the inner city. Yes, Martial Uncle. Yang Gang first nodded to Wu Yu, then waved his hand at Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, follow me. Yi Xing and Yang Gang left the Heavenly Dipper Mansion. They directly rode the silver-winged demonic eagle and flew through the inner city, heading straight for the East City. After Yi Xing and Yang Gang left the Heavenly Dipper Mansion, esteemed Master Wu Yu also disappeared in a flash. With the status of the Heavenly Dipper sect, it wasn't suitable for them to participate in the battle between Yi Xing and the Sun Moon sect. Otherwise, they would definitely be criticized by the cultivators of the other two camps. Therefore, dealing with the 4-star sage of the Sun Moon sect should be done cleanly. Esteemed Master Wu Yu personally taking action could be considered a great help to Yi Xing. In esteemed Master Wu Yu's opinion, Yi Xing was worth helping. He was optimistic about Yi Xing's future. After leaving the inner city, Yang Gang bid farewell. Yi Xing was going to the Sun Moon sect stronghold. There would definitely be a bloody battle. As a disciple of the Heavenly Dipper sect, Yang Gang couldn't get involved. The Sun Moon sect sold the cultivators of the Fallen Star sect as slaves. If Yi Xing went to save them, no one would say anything even if he killed all the cultivators of the Sun Moon sect. However, if Yang Gang was involved, people would definitely say that the Heavenly Dipper sect was killing the cultivators of the sects in the remote areas for no reason. This would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the lower and middle one-star sects in the entire Truxian region. In the Truxian region, although the Heavenly Dipper sect was one of the strongest sects, it wasn't the ruler of the Truxian region. Without sufficient reason, it couldn't casually slaughter the cultivators of other sections. Among the sects in the Qingyun region, the 4 North sects all had properties in the Nine Heaven City. The stronghold of the Sun Moon sect was more lively today. The Fallen Star sect was destroyed. Some of their disciples were killed, while others were captured alive. The East supporting sect handed over the captured disciples to the Sun Moon sect. As for the Sun Moon sect, they took the disciples of the Fallen Star sect as slaves and transported them to the Nine Heaven City to be sold. Those who were captured alive were the elites of the Fallen Star sect. They were all in the Star Vortex realm, and there were about 200 of them. With so many people, they could only take beast carriages to the Nine Heaven City. After traveling for almost 3 months, they finally arrived at the Nine Heaven City today. The stronghold of the Sun Moon sect in the Nine Heaven City was guarded by 1 4-star sage, 2 2-star sage, and 2 1-star sage. This time, the Sun Moon sect sent 1 3-star sage, 2 1-star sage, and dozens of marquee realm deacons to escort the hundreds of slaves. After the young hero assembly, Qizhua and Yin Xiushui brought the Yin Yang Young Master, Yang Ming, Great Sun Young Master, Yang Gan, and other elite disciples back to the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect. In other words, the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect now had 1 4-star sage, 3 3-star sage, 2 2-star sage, and 4 1-star sage. There was a total of 10 astral realm sages. When Qizhua and Yin Xiushui saw that Yi Xing's performance was too monstrous, they originally planned to kill Yi Xing on the street after he left the inner city to prevent future troubles. However, after the young hero assembly ended, Yi Xing was brought to the Sky Star Mansion by Yang Gang of the Sky Star sect. Naturally, Qizhua and Yin Xiushui couldn't kill him. In fact, even if Yi Xing didn't go to the Sky Star Mansion, the two of them wouldn't dare to kill Yi Xing. When the two of them planned to kill Yi Xing was only a half-step sage. However, Yi Xing had already broken through the astral realm and became a sage. His battle strength was so strong that even 3-star sage wouldn't be a match for him. After seeing the battle between Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue, Qizhua and Yin Xiushui knew that they weren't a match for Yi Xing. How would they dare to kill Yi Xing? The only thing they could do now was to transfer their hope of killing Yi Xing to the 4-star sage, Gu Fei Yang, who was guarding the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect in the Nine Heaven City. Gu Fei Yang sat in the main seat and listened to Qizhua and Yin Xiushui's report with a gloomy face. The Sun Moon sect had provoked a powerful enemy with such terrifying potential. This was definitely a matter of life and death for the sect. The Sun Moon sect had incited the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Now, the Sun Moon sect was selling the disciples of the Falling Star sect as slaves. The hatred between them and Yi Xing was irreconcilable. Since it was impossible to make peace with Yi Xing, there was only one way. That was to kill Yi Xing while he was still unable to threaten the survival of the Sun Moon sect. Gu Fei Yang nodded at the two and said, "This little bastard is growing so fast. There is still more than 10 years before his golden age. He will definitely become a huge problem for the sect in the future." Elder Qi, Elder Yin, you are right. We can't let this little bastard live. This time, I will personally take action and make him unable to return to the Clear Sky region. Qizhua said, "Elder Gu, I've already sent people to keep watch outside the inner city. As long as that little bastard leaves the inner city, we will be able to grasp his whereabouts. Gu Feiyong said, is the champion of the young hero assembly. Tian Gangsek's Wu Yu is supporting him from behind. It is not appropriate to take action in Nine Heaven City. Keep watch. When he leaves Nine Heaven City, I will kill him on his way back to the Clear Sky region. Compared to the Sun Moon sect, the Heavenly Dipper sect was a colossus. Since Yi Xing had been invited to the Heavenly Dipper mansion by the Heavenly Dipper sect, Gu Feiyong wouldn't dare to make a move on Yi Xing in the Nine Heaven City. If the genius that Tian Gang sect thought highly of was killed in the middle of a busy city in the blink of an eye, it would be disrespectful to Tian Gang sect. Although Tian Gang sect could not casually slaughter the cultivators of other sects, in the martial world, the strong were respected. If the weak were to offend them, they would be killed. Qizhua nodded and said, Elder Gu, don't worry. That little bastard's every move will not escape my eyes. Gu Feiyong nodded and looked at the other 3-star sage, Lu Omping. It's getting late. Elder Lu, move the slaves of Falling Star sect to the slave market. We'll put them up for sale tonight. Elder Qi, Elder Yin, the two of you should go as well. Otherwise, that little bastard will snatch the slaves on the street after he hears the news. I alone will be enough to guard this place. If that little bastard dares to take action, the 3 of you can work together. Even if you can't kill him, you can still trap him. When I arrive, I will definitely take his life. In Nine Heaven City, Sun Moon sect had to give face to Tian Gang sect and could not take the initiative to attack Yi Xing. However, if Yi Xing took the initiative to attack, Sun Moon sect could justifiably kill Yi Xing. Chapter 393. Qizhua, Yin Xiushui, and Lu Onping left the main hall and brought people to the prison to escort the disciples of the Falling Star sect to the slave market. Gu Feiyong stood up and headed to the backyard of the Sun Moon sect stronghold. As the only mid-level true master guarding the stronghold, Gu Feiyong's residence was naturally the most central mansion in the backyard of the Sun Moon sect stronghold. Outside the mansion, there were Star Vortex realm martial artists guarding it. Gu Feiyong entered the mansion and walked into a quiet courtyard. This was where he cultivated. No one else was allowed to enter without his permission. Gu Feiyong stopped in the courtyard and prepared to cultivate. However, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Many leaves fell from a tree beside the courtyard and danced in the wind. The wind blew the leaves down. It looked normal, but Gu Feiyong felt a trace of killing intent. Whoosh! By the time Gu Feiyong sensed the killing intent, it was already too late. A leaf suddenly flashed and shot towards Gu Feiyong. This ordinary-looking leaf was like a divine weapon at this moment, piercing through the void at an astonishing speed. Gu Feiyong had no way of blocking it or dodging it. Gu Feiyong was shocked. It was just a leaf, but he felt the threat of death. The person who attacked him was definitely a terrifying expert who was much stronger than him. Since he could not use a weapon to block the attack, Gu Feiyong could only use his astral energy to form a defensive shield to protect his body. At the same time, he prepared to retreat. Puff! However, he had just bent his knees and was about to retreat when a crisp sound rang out. The leaf cut through Gu Feiyong's defensive shield as if it was cutting through the air. It instantly hit Gu Feiyong's forehead. The leaf was extremely sharp. It pierced through Gu Feiyong's skull and came out from the back of his head, leaving only a line of blood behind. Whoosh! A figure flashed past Gu Feiyong and caught up with the blood-stained leaf. In the blink of an eye, the blurry figure disappeared. The blood-stained leaf was shattered into pieces and scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Gu Feiyong's expression froze in fear. Blood flowed out from the wound on his forehead. His body fell backward and fell to the ground. He did not move anymore. A 4-star true master was killed in an instant. He did not even have the chance to make sound. There were no other martial artists from the Sun Moon sect in the quiet courtyard. At this moment, none of the martial artists in the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect would think that Elder Gu Feiyong, who was in the 4th stage of the Star Realm, had already died. Without Gu Feiyong's permission, No one dared to enter the courtyard. No one would know that Gu Feiyong was already dead for a short while. Qizhua, In Xiushui, and Lu Onping commanded the Sun Moon sect martial practitioners to bring the Falling Star sect disciples out of the prison. Lu Onping waved his hand and said, "Put them all on the beast carriages and head to the slave market. Stamp them all and sell them." Lu Onping's voice was very excited. Although the disciples of the Falling Star sect couldn't be sold for a very high price, there were a lot of them. Even if they were sold for 100 mid-grade star crystals each, they would still be worth close to 20,000 mid-grade star crystals. Soon, the Falling Star sect's disciples were loaded into the beast carriages. Other than the 5 true masters who were guarding the stronghold, Qizhua, In Xiushui, Lu Onping, and the 2 one-star true masters who were escorting the Falling Star sect's disciples to Nine Heaven City with Lu Onping were gathered together. Under Lu Onping's order, the 5 true masters led the Sun Moon sect's martial artists and escorted a few beast carriages out of the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect. Before he left, an 8-star martial saint hurriedly ran in from outside and shouted, Elder Yixing." He left the inner city and came here. When the martial warriors heard this, they were all startled. Following which, Qizhua and the other spiritual masters all revealed cold smiles. It seemed like Yixing heard that the Falling Star sect's disciples were going to be sold as slaves. Therefore, he came here to save them. If Yixing dared to barge into the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect, wouldn't it give the Sun Moon sect a reason to kill Yixing on the spot? The corner of Qizhua's mouth curled up as he called out to the Yin Yang young master, "Yang Ming, quickly go and get Elder Gu. We will trap this little bastard here. Since he wants to die, we will fulfill his wish. We must not let him escape." Bang! The Yin Yang young master answered and was about to go and get Gu Feiyong when he was attracted by a loud explosion. He looked in the direction of the sound. In the direction of the gate, the entire wall collapsed in an instant with a loud explosion, and dust filled the air. Soon after, a young man walked in with a black spear in his hand. He pointed it at the sky. Behind the young man was a huge demonic bird with silver wings. It was the silver-winged demonic eagle. The young man in front of the silver-winged demonic eagle was Yixing. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect that Yixing would arrive so soon after the news of his arrival had reached them. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. Yixing came quickly. He rode the silver-winged demonic eagle and went straight to the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect. The martial artists who were monitoring him couldn't keep up with his speed. If they didn't have another way to send the news, Yixing would have arrived before the news reached them. Once he reached the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect, Yixing destroyed the signboard of the Sun Moon sect, including the door and the wall. The stronghold of the Sun Moon sect was built in the east of Nine Heaven City. It was a bustling place where martial artists came and went. Even though the Sun Moon sect had purposely chosen a quiet place as their stronghold, it wasn't far from the bustling city. The commotion caused by Yixing's spear attracted the martial artists nearby. Although the Sun Moon sect wasn't ranked high in the True Xian region, it was still a 1-star sect. It was an existence that dominated the region and had a good reputation. Today, someone actually came to their doorstep and destroyed the signboard of the Sun Moon sect. The intruder definitely had a deep hatred for the Sun Moon sect. This matter wouldn't end well. Therefore, when the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect was attacked, the martial artists nearby all ran over to watch the show from afar. Moreover, the news spread quickly in Nine Heaven City. That's Yixing, the champion of this year's Young Hero competition, the #1 genius of the younger generation in the region. Someone went to the inner city to watch the Young Hero competition and recognized Yixing from afar. The new #1 on the Earth profound ranking? What kind of deep hatred does he have with the Sun Moon sect? He actually destroyed their signboard and barged in. This is a situation where they won't rest until one of them is dead. The Sun Moon sect is from the Green Cloud region. Yixing is also from the Green Cloud region. He seems to be from the Fallen Star sect. I understand now. There is indeed a deep hatred between them. It will be a good show today. Oh, what's going on? Something big happened in the Green Cloud region a few months ago. A sect called the Fallen Star Sect was destroyed. Today, the Sun Moon Sect transported a batch of slaves. I heard that they're all disciples of the Fallen Star Sect. Revenge for the destruction of a sect. No wonder Yi Xing was so furious and smashed down the main gate of the Sun Moon Sect's stronghold without saying a word. Yi Xing is a peerless genius that only appears once every few thousand years in this region. He's the #1 figure among the younger generation. The Sun Moon Sect actually has such a deep grudge against him. The Sun Moon Sect is finished? I don't think so. The stronghold of the Sun Moon Sect is guarded by a 4-star sage. I heard that in this year's Young Genius competition, the most powerful person didn't have the combat power of a 4-star sage, right? That's right. Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue are both 3-star sages with the highest combat power. They can't be compared to a 4-star sage. After all, a 4-star sage is already a middle sage. That's right. Yi Xing killed his way into the Sun Moon Sect stronghold. No matter how talented he is, no matter how great his potential is, it's useless. Today, it will be a battle of life and death. What matters is his current strength. He is too impulsive. If I had his talent, I would definitely hide and cultivate. When I have enough confidence, I will come out and seek revenge on the Sun Moon Sect. Yi Xing is indeed not a match for a 4-star sage. It is indeed impulsive of him to barge into the Sun Moon Sect's stronghold. The martial artists gathered in the distance and discussed with each other. Soon, they understood the whole story. They all thought that Yi Xing's actions were too impulsive. He had just won the Young Hero competition and became the #1 genius of a younger generation in the Truxian region. His future potential was limitless. It would be a pity if he died fighting with his enemy now. After Yi Xing entered the Sun Moon Sect stronghold, his gaze swept across the martial artists of the Sun Moon Sect and landed on the few beast carriages at the back. The beast carriages were not enclosed spaces. Instead, they were iron cages. The disciples of the Falling Star Sect were locked in the iron cages and could be seen from the outside. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly burst into flames. Although he was not very familiar with the disciples of Yi, he had basically seen them before. Yi Xing had a photographic memory and had a deep impression of them. Regardless of whether their personal relationship was good or not, just the fact that they were fellow disciples and were caged like wild beasts made Yi Xing feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the clothes of the disciples of the Falling Star Sect were tattered, their hair was disheveled, and there were many wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they had been tortured and abused. This made Yi Xing even more furious. Moreover, as the sect leader of the Yi Xing could not stand seeing the disciples of the Falling Star Sect being treated in such a manner. Even though Yi Xing's mind was calm, and he was able to restrain the wild rage in his heart, he couldn't restrain that terrifying killing intent. Yi Xing tightened his grip on the Black Dragon Spear. He pointed the Black Dragon Spear at the martial artists of the Sun Moon Sect and coldly said, "All of you must die." As Yi Xing spoke, he waved his hand. His voice was cold and emotionless, his killing intent seething. "Silver Demon, kill them all. Leave no one alive." The silver-winged demon condor let out an excited cry. As a monster bird, its nature was fierce and savage. If Yi Xing ordered a slaughter, that was exactly what the silver-winged demon condor wanted. With a sharp cry, the silver-winged demon condor flapped its wings and rushed forwards, leaving behind a silver light in its wake. In that instant, 2 Sun Moon Sect martial artists were swept up by the silver-winged demon condor's astral wings. They were instantly cut in half, dying on the spot. Chapter 394. Elder Lu, you go deal with this beast. Elder Yin and I will hold off Yi Xing Yangming. Go get Elder Gu. Qizhui yelled. They were all 3 stars and light masters, but his position was above Lu Onping and Yin Xiushui. Usually, they were on equal footing, but when it came to a battle, he was the leader. "Beast!" Lu Onping roared and took out an upper-grade spirit saber and pounced at the silver-winged demonic condor. Upper-grade spirit martial art, flame saber technique. The upper-grade spirit saber exploded with hot flames as Lu Onping slashed down. The 3 stars enlightened master's strength was completely unleashed. The silver-winged demonic condor let out a sharp screech. Facing Lu Onping's flaming saber, it was fearless. The silver wings slashed horizontally as demonic aura gathered. Like 2 silver blades, it slashed across the void and collided with Lu Onping's flaming saber. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flaming saber dissipated. Lu Onping's body shook as he retreated dozens of meters, revealing a trace of shock. Lu Onping's cultivation was at the late 3rd level of the astral realm. His strength was considered above average among the 3 stars enlightened masters, but he was at a disadvantage as soon as he exchanged blows with the silver-winged demonic condor. From this, it could be seen that the silver-winged demonic condor's strength was at the peak of the 3 stars enlightened masters. The silver-winged demonic condor's speed was very fast. Taking advantage of Lu Onping's retreat, it rushed to the side like a silver light. In the blink of an eye, another Sun Moon sect martial artist was killed. Beast, don't run. Let's fight first. Seeing this, Lu Onping roared and attacked the silver-winged demonic condor again. However, the silver-winged demonic condor's speed was much faster than Lu Onping's. Furthermore, it knew that Lu Onping's strength was not bad, and it would be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. The silver-winged demonic condor did not tangle with Lu Onping. Instead, it used its extreme speed to push Lu Onping back and pounced on the other Sun Moon sect martial practitioners. Wherever the silver light passed, there would definitely be Sun Moon sect martial practitioners who would fall. When the 2 1-star spiritual masters saw this, they also attacked the silver-winged demonic condor at the same time. Together with Lu Onping, they barely managed to hold the silver-winged demonic condor back, preventing it from harming the others. The silver-winged devil condor had been stopped, and Yin had already circled behind Yi Xing together with Qizhua. They surrounded Yi Xing to prevent Yi Xing from escaping. Qizhua coldly stared at Yi Xing and said in a sinister voice, "Yi Xing, I really didn't expect that your cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds in just 3 months, breaking through the astral realm and becoming an enlightened being. Moreover, your battle prowess is heaven-defying, reaching the peak level of a 3-star sage. This has indeed exceeded my expectations. If I had known earlier, I would not have given you any chance to escape that day. I would have personally attacked and killed you first. However, you managed to escape that day, and that was the regret in my heart. Now, that regret no longer exists. Today, you dared to barge into the Sun Moon sect stronghold. You're seeking your own death. Today, I will not give you any chance to escape. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. You will die without a doubt." As he spoke, Qizhua raised his hand and a spirit bow appeared. It shone brilliantly, a high-grade spirit weapon. Qizhua cultivated the Tao of archery. Although his skill was not all that exquisite, his cultivation was high. Few enlightened beings of the same level could match him. Yin Xiushui also took out a high-grade spirit weapon. It was a black sword that exuded a sinister aura. Whoosh! Surrounded by 2 3-star sages, Yi Xing immediately used his astrology. A beam of starlight shot out from between his brows and turned into a giant flaming star. Yi Xing had not come for a duel, but for a massacre. Apart from the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology that he could not reveal, Yi Xing did not hide his strength at all. While using his astrology, Yi Xing also activated his super brain to scan. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. In order to increase his speed to the maximum, Yi Xing even used his black wings. When Qizhua and Yin Xiushui saw Yi Xing use his astrology, 2 beams of starlight shot out from between their brows. Qizhua's astrology was the flame astrology, while Yin Xiushui's was the black water astrology. "Kill!" Qizhua shouted and immediately shot an arrow at Yi Xing's throat. He knew Yi Xing's strength. It would be difficult for him and Yin Xiushui to kill him. They could only stall for time until Gu Feiyang, a 4-star enlightened being, arrived. Even so, they had to make the first move. The arrow left the bowstring and released a dazzling radiance that contained terrifying destructive power. It was as fast as a flash of light and arrived in front of Yi Xing in an instant. Whoosh! However, Yi Xing's speed was even faster than an arrow leaving the bow. He took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. Qizhua had already expected Yi Xing's speed to be extremely fast. The arrow suddenly changed direction in midair and continued to shoot towards Yi Xing. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xing knew the changes in the arrow like the back of his hand. In the blink of an eye, the arrow changed direction 3 times. Qijua's arrow changed direction 3 times and lost its momentum. It was unable to change direction again. With a whoosh, it shot into the wall far away. With Qijua's 3 changes of heart, it was rare for him to miss when he killed a beginner enlightened being. However, Yi Xing's speed was too fast. With the super brain scanning, he knew the arrow's trajectory clearly. He was the archer's nemesis. If Yi Xing focused on dodging, Qizhua would not be able to touch his clothes, even if he had Qijua's 4 changes of heart. Gentle water sword. Qizhua was not the only opponent for Yi Xing. As soon as he dodged Qijua's arrow, before he could counterattack, Yin shouted coldly and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. A black sword aura exploded and attacked Yi Xing. The black water sword technique was an upper-class spiritual martial art. The gentle water sword was the ultimate move of the black water sword technique. Although the sword style was soft, it was like water ripples. The power came wave after wave, and the momentum was long. If Yi Xing took this attack, he would be in a situation where he competed with Yin Qiushui's astral strength. As a 3 stars enlightened being, Yin Qiushui's only advantage in front of Yi Xing was his astral strength. Moreover, Yi Xing was competing with Yin Qiushui's astral strength. Naturally, he would not be able to move. Now that Qizhua shot out another arrow, Yi Xing would become a dead target no matter how fast he was. In one breath, Yi Xing changed his direction several times. In Yin Qiushui's view, Yi Xing had used up all his astral energy. There was no way he could dodge his gentle water sword. Just as Yin Qiushui expected, Yi Xing did not dodge. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing shouted and used the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Like a needle against an awl, he stabbed at Yin Qiushui. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain and knew exactly where the momentum of Yin Qiushui's attack was. Of course, he would not waste time with the latter. Instead, he used his strongest attack. I don't care how long your momentum is. I'll use my full strength to push you back. No matter how strong your momentum is, you won't be able to use it. Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear art had already reached the transformative realm. A casual strike from him was already a move that had reached the acme of perfection. Not to mention the fact that he had intentionally used his strongest killing move. The power of the grand momentum and the power of the celestial body were all infused into his spear. Boom! The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. With a loud explosion, a violent air current exploded and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Yin Qiushui cried out in alarm and spat out blood. The spiritual weapon in his hand was hit by the terrifying power. It bent into a semicircle and then straightened again. Whoosh! Yin Qiushui's body shot backward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing him spit out blood, he was injured. In the distance, the spectating warriors all drew in a cold breath. Yi Xing had actually managed to injure one of the 3-star venerables in a single exchange of blows despite being besieged by 2 of them. His strength was astounding. Compared to his performance at the Young Hero Assembly, Yi Xing's current performance was even more terrifying. After all, during the Young Hero Assembly, Yi Xing and Mu Xiaoyue had only fought to determine victory and defeat. Even when facing Shi Wenxie, it had not reached the stage of life and death. But now it was a real vendetta in the Jianghu. It was either you die or I live. Yi Xing naturally had no scruples when he attacked. He could truly unleash his strongest attack without worrying about his opponent's life or death. If he could kill the enemy with a single strike, then everything would be fine. Under such circumstances, not only would he be able to unleash his strongest attack, he would even be able to unleash his full potential in an emergency, unleashing a terrifying battle prowess that was usually difficult to achieve. Seeing Yi Xing send En Xiaoshui flying with one spear, Qiju's eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xing was harder to deal with than he had imagined. However, his eyes were filled with a deathly, still killing intent as he coldly shouted, "Withering flame arrow! Die for me!" Taking advantage of the momentary pause caused by the clash between Yi Xing and En Xiaoshui, Qijue launched a fatal blow at Yi Xing, unleashing his most powerful arrow. The Withering Flame Arrow was the ultimate move of the high-grade spirit-level archery art, Flame Extinguishing Arrow. When the arrow was shot, it carried the flame of death that could cause all living things to wither away. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. If an enlightened master of the same realm faced this arrow, unless he could dodge it with his speed, he would most likely die. At this moment, Yi Xing was hit by the power of En Xiaoshui's sword. His body paused for a moment, and in this moment, the arrow that carried the flame of death was already behind Yi Xing Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing instantly turned around, clenched his left hand into a fist, and unleashed the ultimate move of the Flame Dipper Fist. He punched out, accompanied by a fire dragon and a fire tiger. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, and the dragon's cry was ear-piercing. The fire dragon and tiger merged into the aura of the fist, and in addition to the power of fire from the flame constellation, the grand momentum of fire from the refinement realm, and even the stellar fire seed in his body were activated by Yi Xing. A ball of stellar fire erupted and merged into the aura of the fist. Boom! Yi Xing's speed was so fast that the arrow was hit squarely by his fist. Qiju's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of the terrifying lethality of the Withering Flame Arrow. As long as he didn't dodge, Adept 3 Star wouldn't be able to take it head-on. If he took this arrow head-on, he would either die or be injured. He hoped that Yi Xing would be seriously injured by this arrow. That way, he and En Xiaoshui would have a chance to kill Yi Xing without waiting for Gu Feiyong to make a move. Chapter 395. Yi Xing's Flaming Dipper Fist was even more terrifying than the Dark Spirit Spear art. How heaven-defying was this move, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar? It was absolutely invincible among beginner-level perfected persons. No one could block his punch. Amidst the explosion, a violent air current surged in all directions. The arrow was blown away by Yi Xing's punch. However, amidst the sparks, there was a faint layer of translucent flame. When Yi Xing's fist collided with the arrow, Yi Xing's blazing flame glove was attached to Yi Xing's blazing flame glove. Then, this faint layer of translucent flame followed the blazing flame glove like maggots and spread to Yi Xing's arm in the blink of an eye. This layer of translucent flame revealed an aura that could cause all things to wither. It symbolized death and was extremely lethal. Although Yi Xing's arm was not stained by the death flame, Qiju's eyes were still bursting with excitement. These flames were the terrifying part of the Withering Flame Arrow. As long as a trace of it touched Yi Xing's astral energy, it would be greatly damaged under the corrosion of the death flame. After the death flame spread to Yi Xing's arm, it disappeared and directly drilled into Yi Xing's flesh and started to destroy his vitality. However, before the death flame could do anything, the stellar fire seed in Yi Xing's Dantian stellar vortex immediately sensed the foreign flame entering his body. The black hole stellar vortex suddenly erupted with an extremely strong devouring power and instantly pulled the death flame into the Dantian stellar vortex. In the next moment, the death flame touched the stellar fire seed. In front of the stellar fire seed, the death flame melted like ice meeting fire. It was absorbed by the stellar fire seed and disappeared without a trace. When the death flame entered his body, Yi Xing felt a little uncomfortable. However, as the death flame was absorbed by the stellar fire seed, Yi Xing no longer felt uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that the stellar fire seed was even more exuberant and emitting a terrifying flame energy. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. His gaze was like a sword as he instantly locked onto Qi Zhuo and stabbed out with his spear. A flash of inspiration. This was one of the fastest moves in the Dark Spirit Spear arts. At this moment, Yi Xing had merged with the advanced wind force and borrowed the speed of the black feather wings to increase his speed to the extreme. The speed of this spear was not inferior to the speed of an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Qi Zhuo. Qi Zhuo was shocked. As an archer, it was definitely not a good thing for an enemy to get close to him, especially when the enemy was Yi Xing. As a 3-star enlightened master, Qi Zhuo's strength was higher than Lu Anping's and Yin. Even if he didn't use a bow, he was still one of the best among 3-star enlightened masters. Facing Yi Xing's lightning-like spear, Qi Zhuo instantly put away his upper-grade spiritual bow. At the same time, he performed the upper-grade spiritual martial art, Exploding Flame Finger, and pointed out. Qi Zhuo wore a pair of upper-grade spirit weapon gloves on his hands and was unafraid of clashing with upper-grade spirit weapons. Surging flame astral stellar energy gathered at Qi Zhuo's fingertips, condensing into a dazzling ball of fire energy. It was on the verge of erupting and contained a terrifying strength. Exploding Flame Finger. With a single point of his finger, fire energy would explode. It was a martial skill with a terrifying destructive power. In the blink of an eye, Qi Zhuo's fingertips collided with the black dragon spear. Bang! The ball of fire energy at Qi Zhuo's fingertips instantly exploded. The sound shook the heavens, and the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even facing a peak 3-star enlightened master, Qi Zhuo could rely on this finger to resist them. However, Yi Xing's strength wasn't limited to that of a peak 3-star enlightened master. In a frontal battle, he had defeated Mu Xiaoyue, who was a peak 3-star enlightened master. Yi Xing's strength was infinitely close to that of a 4-star enlightened master. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear and thrust forwards, as still as a mountain. He wasn't forced back by the explosive strength of Qi Zhuo's exploding flame finger. On the other hand, Qi Zhuo was struck by Yi Xing's spear. Even though his fingertips were covered by a high-grade spirit artifact glove, he still felt a sharp pain and drew back like a bolt of lightning. His body was shaken by the terrifying strength, and he was forced back dozens of steps. Astral Flame. Without waiting for Qi Zhuo to stop, Yi Xing's left hand used the Astral Flame Fist. Like a thunderbolt, it rumbled towards Qi Zhuo. Just how powerful was Yi Xing's superbrain? In this fierce battle, it was easy for him to multitask. His right hand used the Dark Spirit Spear Art, and his left hand used the Astral Flame Fist. In the blink of an eye, there was no sense of stagnation. Qi Zhuo clearly couldn't match Yi Xing's attack rhythm. Facing Yi Xing's Astral Flame Fist, he didn't have time to use any martial arts to block or dodge. He could only rely on his Astral Star to defend himself. Qi Zhuo had only hastily used Astral Star to defend himself. How could he possibly block Yi Xing's fist? Bang! Amidst the explosion, Qi Zhuo was instantly sent flying. While he was in the air, he had already spat out blood. His internal organs were shaking and churning. He was already injured. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing, Qi Zhuo, and Yin Xiaoshe, the 2 3-star enlightened masters, had exchanged blows. In reality, not much time had passed. However, both of them had already been injured by Yi Xing. Yi Xing wasn't affected by the flames of death. This made Qi Zhuo extremely shocked and frightened at the same time. Yang Ming had gone to invite Gu Feiyang. With Gu Feiyang's cultivation as a 4-star enlightened master, he should have already rushed over from the backyard. Furthermore, with such a huge incident happening at the Sun Moon Sect stronghold and the sounds of battle in the front yard shaking the heavens and earth, even if no one had gone to invite him, Gu Feiyang should have already known that something had happened and rushed over. However, Gu Feiyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. This made Qi Zhuo very frustrated. Yixing's attack power was too strong. It wouldn't take long for the battle to end. Qi Zhuo was very clear that if this continued, he and Yin Xiushui wouldn't be able to last long against Yixing. At this moment, the Yin Yang young master Yang Ming had already arrived at Gu Feiyang's courtyard. Now that things were urgent, Yang Ming couldn't care less. After calling for Elder Gu and receiving no response, he directly barged in. As a result, Yang Ming was stunned the moment he entered. He was like a statue, frozen in place. He saw Gu Feiyang lying flat in the courtyard. His forehead was covered in blood, and he was already dead. Even in death, his eyes were still wide open, revealing a look of disbelief. Yang Ming instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Feiyang was a 4-star enlightened master, but he actually died here just like that. There wasn't even a trace of a battle. Who killed him? He could imagine that the person who killed Gu Feiyang in one hit was much stronger than Gu Feiyang. In front of him, Gu Feiyang didn't even have a chance to resist or struggle. To be able to reach such a level, even a 6-star enlightened master wouldn't be able to do it. Perhaps only a Star Realm cultivator would have such terrifying strength. Looking at Gu Feiyang's corpse, Yang Ming felt a chill in his heart. Gu Feiyang was already dead. In the Sun Moon sect stronghold, no one was a match for Yixing. Today, the person who died wasn't Yixing, but the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect. They were facing a calamity. Yang Ming's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. This made him recover from his shock and hurriedly left the courtyard. Then, Yang Ming didn't go to the front courtyard. Instead, he ran towards the back door and escaped without a trace. The Sun Moon sect's stronghold couldn't be protected anymore. Just one Yixing was already impossible to deal with. In the dark, there was still a terrifying expert who could instantly kill Gu Feiyang. Yang Ming didn't dare to stay here for a second longer. When Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui were both injured, Lu Onping and the 2 1-star enlightened masters were already at a disadvantage under the attack of the silver-winged demonic eagle. At this moment, the 2 2-star enlightened masters and the 2 1-star enlightened masters who were guarding the stronghold heard the fierce battle in the front courtyard. They had already rushed over from their residences and joined the battle. The 2 1-star enlightened masters joined the team, besieging the silver-winged demonic eagle. It became Lu Onping leading 4 1-star enlightened masters to besiege the silver-winged demonic eagle and finally turn the tables. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle was extremely fast and could fly at any time. Even if Lu Onping and the 4 1-star enlightened masters worked together and were stronger than the silver-winged demonic eagle, they still couldn't hurt it. The silver-winged demonic eagle seemed to be at ease under the siege of 5 enlightened masters. Seeing that Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui were both injured, the 2 2-star enlightened masters attacked Yixing. In this way, Yixing would have to fight 4 enlightened masters at the same time. 2 3-star enlightened masters and 2 2-star enlightened masters. Like the silver-winged demonic eagle, Yixing's greatest strength was also his speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the 2 2-star enlightened masters attacked, and Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui also attacked Yixing at the same time, Yixing chose to dodge temporarily. Flapping his black wings, he used the subtle wind technique and the heavenly bat steps. His entire body moved quickly like a stream of light. In an instant, Yixing changed his position. Qi Zhuo, Yin Xiushui, and the 2 2-star enlightened masters' attacks all missed. Even when Yixing pushed his speed to the extreme, even Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui, the 2 3-star enlightened masters, could only see a string of afterimages. The 2 2-star enlightened masters couldn't even see the afterimages clearly. They were a bit confused. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, 2 arrows shot out explosively. As Yixing rapidly moved, he put away the black dragon spear and took out the purple firmament bow, shooting out 2 arrows. The 2 arrows turned into azure dragons that hurtled towards Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui. Yixing's 4 symbols arrow art had reached the transformation boundary. Moreover, his attainments in archery had reached the heart's 4 transformations. Even though the purple firmament bow was only a medium-grade spirit artifact, the azure dragon arrow that it shot out possessed an astonishing might. Even 3-star Enlightened didn't dare to underestimate it. Qizhua and Yin Xiushui's expressions turned solemn. From the arrows that Yi Xing shot out, they could feel a terrifying strength. They didn't dare to be negligent and quickly used defensive techniques to defend themselves. Whoosh! And at this time, Yi Xing's body was like a stream of light as he suddenly appeared behind a 2-star Enlightened Master. The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon echoed out from behind this 2-star Enlightened Master. A terrifying, flaming astral fist instantly rumbled outwards. Yi Xing had launched a sure-kill strike towards this person, using one of the finishing moves of the astral flame fist. When the fire dragon and fire tiger fused into the flaming astral fist, Yi Xing's fist had already smashed into the 2-star Enlightened Master's back. This 2-star Enlightened Master simply didn't have time to dodge, nor did he have time to resist. His body shot forwards, his back caved in, and blood gushed out his head. He instantly died. Chapter 396. Many-star Vortex Realm Martial Artists of the Sun Moon Sect let out cries of surprise. 4 martial sages, even a 1-star sage, was a superior existence, let alone a 2-star sage. A 2-star sage was killed by Yi Xing with 1 punch. It was easy to imagine how shocked the Star Vortex Realm Warriors of the Sun Moon Sect were. Looking at Yi Xing, the martial sages of the Sun Moon Sect were horrified. Even though they were enlightened beings, their hearts tightened as they began to fear Yi Xing. The arrow shot by Yi Xing was deflected by Qizhua and Yin Xiushui. However, Qizhua and Yin Xiushui did not look happy at all. Instead, they looked very serious. 2 more 2-star sages besieging Yi Xing did not seem to have any effect. In front of Yi Xing, 2-star sages were basically useless. Moreover, once they faced Yi Xing's attack, it was basically a dead end. Not much time had passed, and one of them had already fallen. The other one would not be able to hold on for long. With the 2 2-star sages killed, Qizhua and Yin Xiushui could not withstand Yi Xing's terrifying attack. Whoosh! 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 After Yi Xing killed the 2-star's Venerable Master with 1 punch, he didn't attack the other 2-star's Venerable Master. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit and moved quickly again. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. His figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Qizhua and Yin Xiushui could not lock onto Yi Xing's figure. Qizhua used the exploding flame finger, and Yin Xiushui used the black water sword technique, but their attacks missed. As for the 2-star sage, he could not even detect Yi Xing's movement. He could only attack randomly and was far from Yi Xing's body. Most of the warriors who were watching from afar were Star Vortex Realm Martial Sages. They could not see Yi Xing's figure clearly. Even if they were sages, very few of them could pinpoint Yi Xing's position. They were all secretly shocked. When one's speed reached the limit, it was also a problem that caused a headache. Whoosh! Yi Xing suddenly changed his direction while moving at an extremely fast speed, pouncing towards another 2-star perfected being. Be careful! Qizhua and Yin Xiushui shouted at the same time. An arrow and an energy sword shot out at the same time, blasting the back of the 2-star Enlightened Master. Whoosh! However, Yi Xing suddenly changed directions midway. His black wings flapped fiercely, drawing a straight black line in the air as he suddenly shot off into the distance. Qizhua and Yin Xiushui's attacks naturally missed again. That 2-star Enlightened Master was also not attacked by Yi Xing. However, Qizhua and Yin Xiushui's expressions did not relax in the slightest. Instead, they were shocked. Yi Xing had actually rushed into the middle of the battle between the silver-winged Devil Condor, Lu Onping, and the other 4 spiritual masters in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing's speed was so fast that before a 1-star sage could react, he was already struck by Yi Xing's fist. His back was also caved in, and his internal organs were shattered. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he died in an instant. Not only that, Yi Xing's arrival shocked the other 4 spiritual masters who were fighting with the silver-winged devil condor. A 1-star enlightened master who was not far from Yi Xing was frightened out of his wits. He let out a terrified scream, and his attention immediately fell on Yi Xing, neglecting the silver-winged devil condor. Whoosh! A ray of silver light instantly cut through the void. The silver-winged devil condor seized this opportunity. Its silver wings were like blades, and it instantly slashed horizontally. The silver light flashed past the 1-star enlightened master's neck. Immediately, a head flew up, and a string of blood splattered out. Another 1-star enlightened master had died. In the blink of an eye, 2 1-star enlightened masters died. Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters looked at Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor with only fear in their eyes, and they continuously retreated. The silver-winged devil condor cut off the head of a 1-star enlightened master and instantly came to Yi Xing's side. Yi Xing's eyes contained a terrifying killing intent. He swept a glance at Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters and made a move to attack. Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters saw the situation and quickly retreated. The 5 of them together could only be evenly matched with the silver-winged devil condor. Now that there was 1 more Yi Xing, and they had 2 less 1-star enlightened masters on their side, how could they dare to resist? However, Yi Xing was only threatening the actions of Lu Onping and the other 2. He did not really attack the 3 of them. As Lu Onping and the other 2 retreated, he instantly turned and rushed towards Qi Zhuo and the other 2. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing punched out, and the Fire Dragon and Fire Tiger followed. The void shook the sky, and the Dragon Roar was ear-piercing. He exploded with a powerful attack and attacked Qi Zhuo. At the same time, the silver-winged devil condor also received Yi Xing's order. It flapped its wings and turned into a silver light. Its silver wings were like sharp spirit blades and attacked Xiushui. As for the 2 enlightened master, he was also attacked. As Yi Xing punched at Qi Zhuo, an arrow shot out from his sleeve and exploded towards the 2 enlightened master. As Lu Onping and the other 2 1-star enlightened masters retreated, Qi Zhuo, Xiushui, and the 2 enlightened masters all suffered a terrifying attack. However, Lu Onping and the other 2 enlightened masters were unable to help. Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor were too fast. Qi Zhuo and Xiushui could not dodge and could only block. Explosive Flame Finger. Blackwater Sword Technique. Qi Zhuo and Xiushui both used their strongest techniques. The 2 were already injured, and their strength was no longer at their peak. How could they be a match for Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor? Boom! Amidst the explosion, the terrifying impact of the explosive flame finger was dispersed by Yi Xing's punch. Qi Zhuo spat out blood once again, and his injuries immediately worsened. The silver-winged devil condor's silver wings also shattered Xiushui's sword aura at the same time. Furthermore, the silver-winged devil condor flapped its wings, and its body agilely changed the trajectory of its attack. It swept past the edge of the spirit weapon treasure sword, causing Xiushui to block empty air. However, where the silver light passed, it grazed the edge of Xiushui's arm. Immediately, blood splattered, and a wound deep enough to see bone appeared. Facing Yi Xing's sleeve arrow, the 2 enlightened masters chose to dodge. However, the arrow instantly changed direction, and like a maggot attached to a bone, it continued to shoot towards the 2 enlightened master. The 2 enlightened master was horrified. His speed exploded to the limit, and he hurriedly changed direction again. However, the arrow behind him changed direction again. Yi Xing's attainments in archery had already reached the 4 transformations of heart. The 2 enlightened master could not dodge at all, and could only face it head-on. When the 2 enlightened master understood, it was already too late. He slashed out with his sword, but only hit the tail of the sword and slightly changed direction. Puff! The arrow instantly shot into the two enlightened master's shoulder and pierced through it. The huge force brought the two enlightened master to the back. In the blink of an eye, Qi Zhuo and the other two enlightened masters were severely injured. Although Lu Onping and the 2-1 enlightened masters were not injured, they were definitely not the match of Yi Xing and the silver-winged devil condor. Gu Feiyang's delayed appearance cast a shadow over the hearts of the enlightened masters of the Sun Moon sect. Elder Gu, please come and help. Qi Zhuo and the other two enlightened masters were severely injured, and the situation was dangerous. However, Lu Onping did not dare to move forward and instead shouted to the back. Chapter 397. Qi Zhui used his astral energy and roared. His voice was like thunder, and the sound waves were visible to the naked eye. This roar was so loud that even a martial artist dozens of miles away could hear it clearly. Gu Feiyang's residence was less than 3 miles away from the front yard, so he could definitely hear Qi Zhui's voice. However, there was no response from Gu Feiyang in the backyard. Yi Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. Since Wu Yu had promised him that he would help him get rid of the 4-star sage in the Sun Moon sect stronghold, he would not fail. Yi Xing was very sure that Gu Feiyang had already died before he reached the Sun Moon sect stronghold. Otherwise, Gu Feiyang would have appeared when the battle started. After Lu Onping spoke, all the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect looked toward the backyard. Their eyes were filled with hope. They wanted to see Gu Feiyang appear and hear his voice. Obviously, all the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect were disappointed. Today, the Sun Moon sect will pay the price. Yi Xing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swept his gaze across the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect, and his voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing waved his sleeve and shot out an arrow that contained a bright light. This time, the target of Yi Xing's sleeve arrow changed to Yin Xiushui, who had been pushed back by the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor flapped its wings and turned into a flash of silver light. It pounced toward the 2-star sage who had been hit by the arrow. Its talons were like hooks that took away his life, grabbing at the 2-star sage's head. Yi Xing's gaze locked on Qi Zhuo, and he walked over unhurriedly. Qi Zhuo, who was already heavily injured, felt extremely pressured. He was on guard against Yi Xing and did not dare to help the other two. Yin Xiushui knew that Yi Xing's arrow could change direction, so he did not dare to dodge. He could only take it head-on. However, Yin Xiushui was heavily injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. He was only about 70% of his peak condition. Even Yi Xing's sleeve arrow was a great threat to him. Gentle water sword. In order to block this arrow, Yin Xiushui had no choice but to use the ultimate move of the black water sword technique. Ding! The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the arrow, producing a crisp sound. Yin Xiushui was struck by the terrifying power of the arrow, and his injuries worsened instantly. His internal qi was shaken, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the arrow was blocked by Yin Xiushui in the end. Although the arrow still contained a powerful force as it shot forward, the sword of soft water was able to block the arrow with its continuous momentum. However, facing the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor, the outcome was not so good. The arrow contained a terrifying power of flames that pierced into the body of a 2-star perfected being and swam through his meridians, wreaking havoc and causing incomparable pain. The silver-winged demonic condor's attack speed was extremely fast. Before the 2-star venerable could force out the power of flames in his body, the silver-winged demonic condor's iron claws had already grabbed his head. The iron claws were like hooks, directly grabbing into the head of the 2-star sage. Reverend 2-star immediately let out a shrill scream. Blood instantly gushed out, and his body convulsed as if he had been electrocuted. That tragic scene caused the martial artists who were watching from afar to feel chills down their spines. Their hearts turned cold, and they could not help but tremble. The shrill scream quickly faded away. In the blink of an eye, the two-star venerable had completely died under the iron claws of the silver-winged demonic condor. This was already the fourth astral realm venerable that had fallen. All the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect were terrified, and their legs trembled. The venerables that they had worshipped in the past, who were high and mighty in their hearts, had fallen one after another like ants today. This caused all the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect to be frightened out of their wits. Elder Gu, save us. Some of the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect did not give up. They continued to shout crazily in the direction of the backyard. However, they were still met with silence. Even the Yin-Yang young master, Yang Ming, who had gone to invite Gu Fei Yang, did not return. This situation caused all the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect to be puzzled. This was especially so for the few venerables. They were shocked and did not understand why Gu Fei Yang still did not appear. Not long ago, they had met with Gu Fei Yang. They had agreed that if Yixing took the initiative to attack, Qizhua, Lu Onping, and Inxiu Shui would delay him until Gu Fei Yang attacked and killed Yixing. But now, Yixing had already killed his way into the Sun-Moon sect stronghold. Qizhua and the others had delayed him for a long time, but Gu Fei Yang seemed to have disappeared. He did not even respond to Lu Onping's call. If Gu Fei Yang did not appear, no one in the Sun-Moon sect stronghold could compete with Yixing. All the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect present would face a disaster. Many of the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect had even thought of running away. Qizhua looked at Yixing, who was walking towards him step by step. His heart trembled more and more violently. He forced himself to calm down and said, Yixing, don't go too far. Elder Gu Fei Yang, who is guarding our stronghold, is a 4-star venerable. If Elder Gu attacks, he can easily take your life. If you stop now and leave immediately, you might be able to keep your life. If you still dare to attack, Elder Gu will definitely appear and kill you. Although his words sounded tough, they revealed the fear in Qizhua's heart. If there was really an expert in the Sun-Moon sect stronghold who could kill Yixing, how could he not appear and allow Yixing to slaughter the Sun-Moon sect's star venerable realm martial artists? Even the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were guessing that the 4-star venerable Gu Fei Yang of the Sun-Moon sect was not here. That was why Gu Fei Yang did not appear when the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect were in such a dangerous situation. No martial artist would have thought that Gu Fei Yang had already died. At this moment, a group of marquee martial sages ran out from the backyard. The martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect were shocked. These are the guards guarding Gu Fei Yang's residence. Although Gu Fei Yang still did not appear, the arrival of these guards should bring news of Gu Fei Yang. Among this group of guards, the one who was running at the front was a half-step martial sage. He shouted from afar, Elders, this is bad, this is bad. Elder Gu has been killed in his residence. This person's face was filled with fear, and his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was terrified. No matter whether it was the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect or the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar, they were all shocked when they heard this. Gu Fei Yang had been killed? Gu Fei Yang was a 4-star venerable realm martial artist. Among the star venerable realm martial artists, he was considered an expert. Many low-grade 1-star sects had to look up to him. How could he be killed so suddenly? Compared to the other martial artists, the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect were much more shocked. After hearing this, all the blood drained from their faces. If Gu Fei Yang was dead, wouldn't the Sun-Moon sect stronghold be razed to the ground by Yixing today? Lu Onping no longer dared to attack Yixing. He only dared to place his hopes on Gu Fei Yang. Now that he heard the news of Gu Fei Yang's death, his heart trembled violently. Lu Onping shouted at the half-step martial sage in disbelief. What are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Elder Gu is so powerful. How could he be killed by someone? We were with Elder Gu just now. The half-step martial sage's face was filled with fear. Reporting to Elder Lu, Elder Gu has really been killed. Just now, we heard Elder Lu's voice calling for Elder Gu. Seeing that Elder Gu did not respond, we barged into the courtyard where Elder Gu was cultivating. In the end, we saw Elder Gu lying on the ground with blood on his forehead. Elder Gu, he was already dead. Boom! The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect were in disbelief. When they heard the half-step martial sage's confirmation, they felt as if their hearts were hammered. Gu Feiyang was dead. Gu Feiyang was really dead? Then, the Sun Moon sect stronghold was finished today. All the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect looked at Yi Xing with fear in their eyes. Before this, they still had hope in Gu Feiyang. Although they were afraid, they still had the courage to face Yi Xing. Now, this courage had completely dissipated with the news of Gu Feiyang's death. Lu Onping's eyes flashed with struggle. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the backyard and shouted, "How could Elder Gu be dead? How could Elder Gu have died? That's impossible. I'll go take a look. You guys hold Yi Xing back." How could Yi Xing not know what Lu Onping was thinking? Go to see Gu Feiyang? He just wanted to escape. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were taken as slaves and transported from the Qingyun district to Nine Heaven City. Lu Onping was the leader of the escorts. How could Yi Xing let him go? Yi Xing waved his hand. The silver-winged demonic eagle immediately flew into the sky. With a flash of silver light, it rushed towards Lu Onping. In terms of speed, Lu Onping was no match for the silver-winged demonic eagle. It was impossible for him to escape. Meanwhile, Yi Xing's eyes were still as sharp as swords. They locked on a Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui. Yi Xing said coldly, "Qi Zhuo, that day, when you led your men to kill our sect master and elders, did you ever think that a day like this would come where your Sun Moon sect would also face a calamity?" Qi Zhuo's breathing became rapid. He couldn't speak. At that time, Qi Zhuo didn't think that the disciple of the Yi Xing would be so heaven-defying and monstrous. In just 3 months, he had broken through to the enlightened master level. His battle prowess had reached the level where he could sweep through enlightened masters of 3 stars. They had originally thought that Yi Xing would be killed by Gu Feiyang if he acted rashly because of the Falling Star sect disciples. Who would have thought that Gu Feiyang would actually fall at this time, silently killed in his own residence? Despair appeared on Qi Zhuo's face. Did the heavens want to destroy the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect? Did the heavens want to destroy the martial practitioners of the Sun Moon sect? Qi Zhuo's expression suddenly changed. He thought of a possibility in his heart. Not long ago, Gu Feiyang said that he wanted to kill Yi Xing. However, when Yi Xing killed his way into the stronghold of the Sun Moon sect, Gu Feiyang was killed at this time. Wasn't the timing too coincidental? Could it be that Gu Feiyang's death was related to Yi Xing? At the juncture of life and death, people's reactions were much more sensitive and accurate than usual. Gu Feiyang's eyes were filled with deep fear when this thought appeared. He thought to himself, if someone really killed Elder Gu for Yi Xing, the Sun Moon sect is in danger. The more I update, the more I earn. I have no reason to not earn money. Therefore, I want to write more. I can't wait to update 10 times a day. This way, I can earn more money, solve my financial problems. However, sometimes, I can't write as many words as I want. My condition hasn't improved these 2 days. Sigh, I'm also very depressed. I said so much just to relieve the pressure in my heart. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I owe 1 chapter for yesterday and today, so I owe 14 chapters. I'll still say the same thing. What I owe, I'll pay it all back one day. I'm sure of this. I'll definitely get my condition back. I'm grateful to the brothers who are still supporting me these days, especially the brothers who voted, subscribed, and tipped. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Your support is my greatest motivation. Thank you. Chapter 398. Soon, the silver-winged demonic condor caught up with Lu Onping. Lu Onping was no match for the silver-winged demonic condor in a one-on-one fight. Lu Onping shouted, "Yin Zhe, Fang Yong, come and help." Yin Zhe and Fang Yong were the 2 one-star enlightened masters who were still alive. Together with Lu Onping, They escorted the falling star sect's disciples to Nine Heaven City. When the news of Gu Feiyang's death spread, the Sun Moon sect's cultivators lost their courage to resist Yi Xing. They all wanted to escape. Lu Onping wanted to escape, but so did Yin Zhe and Fang Yong. Seeing the silver-winged demonic condor intercepting Lu Onping and fighting with him, and Yi Xing wanting to prevent Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui from escaping, the two one-star sages glanced at each other and made the same decision. Whoosh! Whoosh! Astral energy condensed into a pair of wings, and the two one-star enlightened masters soared into the sky, gliding in the sky and escaping into the distance. Yin Zhe and Fang Yong ignored Lu Onping's cry for help and only cared about escaping. Lu Onping was furious, and he shouted, "Bastards! How dare you abandon your fellow sect members and escape alone?" He spoke in such a domineering manner that he had completely forgotten what he had done just now. "Elder Lu, if we can escape today, we'll count it. Do you want all of our sect's cultivators to die?" Yin Zhe and Fang Yong's voices came from afar, and they were not affected by Lu Onping. Astral Vortex Realm Martial Saints could condense astral energy into wings and glide in the air for a short time. Each glide could cover hundreds of meters. Astral Realm Enlightened Masters had astral energy that was 100 times stronger than astral energy. They could also condense wings to fly, but the distance they could glide was much farther. Each glide could cover dozens of miles. Some powerful exalted masters with thick astral energy could even glide hundreds of miles without any problem. Yin Zhe and Fang Yong glided through the air, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye and several miles in the blink of an eye. Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui were on high alert as they stared at Yi Xing. As long as Yi Xing chased after Yin Zhe and Fang Yong, they would immediately escape. Today, when Yi Xing killed his way into the Sun Moon sect stronghold, he had no intention of letting any of the adepts of the Sun Moon sect escape. Yi Xing naturally would not let the two one-star down masters escape. However, Yi Xing would not give Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui the chance to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xing waved his right hand. In an instant, his body turned into a bow with astral energy as the bowstring. Two arrows shot out from his body, emitting resplendent light as they shot towards Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui. Yi Xing's arrows moved according to his will. They couldn't be avoided, they could only be blocked. Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui were both heavily injured. Yi Xing's sleeves could cause great trouble to the two of them. At the very least, when the arrows attacked, the two of them had no chance of escaping. They could only resist with all their might. At the same time, Yi Xing took out the purple cloud bow in his left hand. Immediately, Yi Xing drew the bow and knocked an arrow on the bowstring. He aimed at Yin Zhe in the sky and shot out in an instant. The arrow turned into an azure dragon. After the arrow was shot, Yi Xing drew the bowstring again in the blink of an eye. Another arrow was knocked on the bowstring and aimed at Fang Yong in the other direction. The arrow turned into a white tiger. Azure Dragon Arrow Style. White Tiger Arrow Style. Yi Xing's attainments in archery were superb, and his archery skills had reached perfection. Even 3-star Dao Masters would not be able to deal with his arrows easily. As for Yin Zhe and Fang Yong, they were both 1-star Dao Masters. Under Yi Xing's arrows, they could not withstand a single blow. The two arrows were extremely fast. After leaving the bowstring, they shot out a few li and caught up with the two in the blink of an eye. Puff! Puff! The arrows accurately shot through the backs of the two 1-star Dao Masters and came out from the front of their chests, piercing through their chests and hearts. Yin Zhe and Fang Yong screamed in succession as they fell from the sky a few li away. With their hearts pierced, unless they had supreme healing elixirs like the Resurrection Elixir, they would definitely die. The Resurrection Elixir was extremely rare. Even the 9 exalted sects could not take out a few of them. Even the Sun Moon sect leader did not have it, let alone Yin Zhe and Fang Yong. Therefore, the two 1-star Dao Masters would die in less than 10 breaths of time after being shot. Those who flee will be killed without mercy. As the two one-star Bowmaster screamed and fell from the sky, Yi Xing shouted loudly. Seeing Yin Zhe and Feng Yong fall, and hearing Yi Xing's loud cry, all the Sun Moon sect martial practitioners' faces were drained of blood. Their faces were ashen, and despair filled their eyes. Many Sun Moon sect martial artists directly fell to the ground. "Bastard, I'll kill you!" Lu Omping's furious voice sounded, and his aura suddenly became violent. In a one-on-one fight, Lu Omping was quickly injured by the silver-winged demonic condor. He was extremely angry. Under the pressure of death, Lu Omping completely exploded. In any case, all that awaited him was death. Lu Omping might as well burn his astral stars and fight the silver-winged demonic condor to the death. As the silver-winged demonic condor saw this, he no longer fought Lu Omping head-on. Instead, he used his advantage in speed to fight Lu Omping. Prepare to die. At this time, Yi Xing also launched an offensive against Qi Zhuo and Yin Xiushui. Bang! Yi Xing's left hand used the astral flame fist. A tiger roar and dragon roar came crashing down on Qi Zhuo. In that moment, a tiger roared and a dragon roared. A flame astral fist carrying a fire dragon and fire tiger shot out. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon and fire tiger fused into the flame astral fist, causing the might of the flame astral fist to rapidly rise. At nearly the same time as the tiger roar and dragon roar were used, the black dragon spear appeared in Yi Xing's right hand, and he thrust it towards Yin Xiushui. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing used the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate skill. Although the Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar and the Dark Spirit Spear were the ultimate skills of their respective martial arts, Yi Xing's true killer move was the Dark Spirit Spear. To attack Qi Zhuo's Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar, Yi Xing only used a flame astral fist. He didn't follow up. As for the Dark Spirit Spear that attacked Yin Xiushui, it wasn't just a dark astral spear. Yi Xing grasped the Black Dragon Spear and followed the Dark Astral Spear, instantly arriving in front of Yin Xiushui and launching a sure-kill strike. Exploding Flame Finger. Facing Yi Xing's Flame Astral Fist, Qi Zhuo drew back and thrust out a finger at the same time. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the exploding Flame Finger and Flame Astral Fist simultaneously exploded. Qi Zhuo suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries became even heavier, but he borrowed the impact of the flame astral fist to shoot backwards like an arrow. Yin Xiushui's injuries were even heavier than Qi Zhuo's. Moreover, not only did he have to face the attack of the Dark Spirit Spear, but he also had to face the even more terrifying attack of Yi Xing himself. Beneath Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear, Yin Xiushui's face turned ashen. He could feel the danger of death looming over him. At this time, Yin Xiushui found it difficult to display 50 to 60% of his peak strength. How could he be a match for Yi Xing's strongest strike? He would undoubtedly die. Thus, Yin Xiushui and Lu Omping were the same. They burned their astral stars and fought to the death. As the astral stars burned, Yin Xiushui's aura multiplied. Compared to his peak state, his terrifying aura was even stronger. Dark Water's Death. Yin Xiushui shouted out loud. With the help of the burning astral stars and the sublimation of his life force, he used one of the Dark Water Sword Art's ultimate skills. With Yin Xiushui's attainments in the Dark Water Sword Art, he shouldn't have been able to use this ultimate skill. Now that he was forced to use it in a special state, he could unleash a terrifying attack that far surpassed his peak state. After using this move, Yin Xiushui would use up all of his strength. No matter what his opponent was, he would be on the verge of death and would soon pass away from this world. A black astral sword shot towards Yi Xing like a long dragon. Its power was peerless and terrifying. Yin Xiushui was a 3-star venerable, and his life force had been sublimated to the extreme. Yi Xing couldn't help but be moved. He didn't dare to underestimate this attack. However, Yi Xing's spear was a sure-kill attack. He wouldn't back down until he killed Yin Xiushui. Azure Cloud Eyes. Two cloudy vortexes appeared in Yixing's eyes. There was a layer of hazy intent that caused Yin Xiushui to be dazed for a moment. In a battle between experts, the blink of an eye was enough to decide life and death. In that instant, Yixing changed the trajectory of his attack. He moved 30 feet to the side, but his spear continued to thrust towards Yin Xiushui's chest. As for Yin Xiushui's dark water death, he continued to attack forwards. The black dragon-like astral sword crashed into empty space, unable to block Yixing's attack. After Yixing broke through to the astral realm, although the might of the azure cloud eyes had increased, he hadn't deeply cultivated them, and the scope of the increase was limited. As a 3-star venerable, Yin Xiushui was able to regain his senses in the blink of an eye. Puff! At this time, the astral spear collided with Yin Xiushui's protective astral energy. Yixing grasped the black dragon spear and ruthlessly thrust forwards. The spear point instantly tore apart Yin Xiushui's protective astral energy before thrusting into his chest. A terrifying dark spear strength instantly exploded within Yin Xiushui's body. It wasn't just the black dragon spear that caused a hole in his chest, but Yin Xiushui's entire body. In particular, Yin Xiushui's chest received the greatest impact of the dark spear strength. His organs were nearly pulverized. Yin Xiushui's eyes were filled with disbelief. He lifted an arm with great difficulty and pointed towards Yixing. Azure Cloud. Yin Xiushui spat out these 2 words with great difficulty. His arm that was halfway raised towards Yixing fell down, and his voice came to a stop. He had already died. At this time, Yixing's eyes had returned to normal. In the fierce battle just now, besides Yin Xiushui, who was a foot away, no one had noticed that Yixing's eyes had changed in the blink of an eye. And as a martial artist of the Azure Cloud region, Yin Xiushui was well aware of what the swirling clouds in Yixing's eyes represented. This meant that Yixing had obtained the inheritance of the Azure Cloud Sex Eye technique, the Azure Cloud Eye. The Azure Cloud Eye was a top-grade spirit martial art. Moreover, it was one of the rarest types of martial arts, an eye technique. In the Azure Cloud region, there was no sect that didn't want to obtain the Azure Cloud Sex Azure Cloud Eye inheritance. But for over 1,000 years, no one had ever obtained it. Now, a martial artist that had obtained the Azure Cloud Eye inheritance had finally appeared, but Yin Xiushui had learned of this too late. Even though he had discovered this secret manual, he could only take it with him and end his life. Even in death, Yin Xiushui's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 399. The black dragon spear shook and was instantly pulled out from Yin Xiushui's body. At the same time, the medium-grade flying spirit artifact, Black Feather Wings, appeared on Yixing's back. Whoosh! The black feather wings flapped, and Yixing shot into the skies. His black wings rapidly cut through the skies, leaving behind a black afterimage. Yixing didn't retreat as he faced Yin Xiushui's astral star strike. This was because he wanted to kill Yin Xiushui as quickly as possible and then chase after Qizhua. Qizhua had personally participated in the assassination of the Falling Star Sex Sage. He was someone that Yixing had to kill. Yixing would never allow Qizhua to escape. Qizhua borrowed the strength of the flaming astral fist to draw back. His speed was fast enough, but Yixing was even faster. Now that his astral star was thick, he could display the speed of the black feather wings to the limit. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, Yixing had already blocked Qijua's path. Qijua stopped. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his face was pale. Deep in his eyes, there was fear. The Sun Moon sect wasn't ranked in the entire True Mystic region, but in the Clear Sky region, it was a top influence. As an elder of the Sun Moon sect, Qizhua was absolutely superior to others in the Clear Sky region. Moreover, a sage had a lifespan of 200 years. Qizhua was only 70 years old and could live for another 100 years. How could he be willing to die? Qijua's eyes were filled with fear, but even more so with the desire to live. He said, "Yi Xing, we can have a good talk." Yi Xing coldly looked at Qizhua. He said, "What else can we talk about between us?" Qizhua took a deep breath. He said, "As long as you spare my life, I can pay any price." Yi Xing remained unmoved. His aura gradually rose. He said, "Everything else can be discussed, but your life, I will take it without a doubt. There is no room for discussion." Qizhua was agitated. His breathing quickened as he roared. "Yi Xing, the Sun Moon sect is a one-star mid-tier sect. There are no less than 10 experts in the sect who can kill you. If you go too far, the Sun Moon sect will be at odds with you, and you won't be able to survive." The murderous intent in Yi Xing's eyes instantly rose as he said in a cold voice, "Too ruthless? You destroyed my falling star sect and sold my disciples as slaves. And now you're telling me not to go too far? Don't worry, I won't go too far. I'll only destroy the Sun Moon sect and sell the disciples of the Sun Moon sect as slaves. I won't do that." Hearing Yi Xing say that he wouldn't go too far, Qijua's pupils dilated. He thought that there was hope for him to be saved. However, Yi Xing's following words made Qizhua fall into despair instantly. Qijua's face paled as he became more agitated. He shouted hysterically, "Destroy the Sun Moon sect? That's bullshit. Bullshit. If you dare to make an enemy out of the Sun Moon sect, you will definitely die. You will definitely die." Yi Xing snorted. He didn't waste any more words with Qizhua and directly attacked. Tiger roar and dragon roar. Yi Xing punched out. A tiger's roar shook the sky, and a dragon's roar was ear-piercing. A fire dragon and a fire tiger followed. The power of fire, the power of the fire astrology, the fire of the stars, and various other powers merged into this punch, causing the power of this move to increase by several times. When the fire dragon and fire tiger merged into the flaming fist was already about to hit Qijua's face. Qizhua screamed crazily, "Let's die together." As soon as he finished speaking, Qizhua pointed out a finger, and his entire body swelled up like a rubber ball. Qizhua actually used the exploding flame finger to make his own star energy explode in his body, causing it to self-destruct. He wanted to die together with Yi Xing Boom. Qijua's self-destruction was extremely fast. In an instant, there was an earth-shaking explosion. His entire body exploded, erupting with a peerless and terrifying power. This attack was even more terrifying than Yin Xiushui's burning of her star energy. Yin Xiushui's burning of her star energy only consumed a lot of her life essence. If she killed Yi Xing, even if she was on the verge of death, she could still live for a little longer. Qijua's self-destruction, on the other hand, caused great destruction with his own death and dragged Yi Xing to die together with him. The attack caused by the self-destruction spread in all directions. Yi Xing couldn't dodge it. Boom! The flaming fist collided with the destructive power caused by the explosion. A large area in front of the flaming fist was blasted open by the flaming fist. However, the power of Qijua's self-destruction was indeed terrifying. The flaming fist collapsed layer by layer at the same time. Yi Xing felt a terrifying force pouncing towards him, and he immediately retreated backwards. At the same time, he waved his arm and shot out an arrow. At this time, Yi Xing didn't have time to use other martial arts. The arrow in the sleeve was the fastest way to react. The arrow didn't shoot far away. Instead, it stopped in front of Yi Xing. It bloomed and turned into a huge tortoise shadow, defending in front of him. 4 symbols arrow technique, black tortoise arrow style. This was a defensive arrow style. Yi Xing had never used it in battle after learning it. Today, it finally came in handy. The destructive power of the explosion had destroyed the flaming fist. Its power had been weakened by a lot. After being blocked by the black tortoise arrow style, it was no longer a threat to Yi Xing. It only pushed Yi Xing back a dozen steps. Other than a storage ring, Qijua's entire body was blown to pieces in the explosion. Not a single hair was left. Yi Xing grabbed Qi's storage ring from a distance and put it away temporarily. He flapped his black feathered wings and flew toward the last venerable 3 stars, Lu Onping, like a stream of light. At the Sun-Moon sect stronghold, only Lu Onping was left of the 10 venerables. Lu Onping burned his astral energy, but he couldn't do anything to the silver-winged demonic condor. Now Lu Onping's astral energy was almost exhausted. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. When he was no longer at his peak, the silver-winged demonic condor launched a counterattack. When Yi Xing arrived, he ended the battle in an instant and captured Lu Onping alive. Lu Onping, who had burned his astral energy, lost a lot of his vitality. He was on the verge of death. Even if no one paid attention to him, his cultivation couldn't recover. He wouldn't live for long. Yi Xing sealed Lu Onping's acupoints and threw him to the ground. He glanced at the Sun-Moon sect martial artists. Dong, 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 dong. The Sun-Moon sect martial artists knelt on the ground one by one and begged Yi Xing for mercy. Among them, there were a few elite disciples who came to Nine Heaven City to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. Other than the Young Master, Yang Ming, who had escaped earlier, the rest were here. These elite disciples of the Sun-Moon sect had entered the Qingyun ancient land before. Yi Xing recognized them, especially the great Sun Young Master, Yang Gan, and the 8-star martial saint, Yang Kuan. Yi Xing had fought with them before. However, at this moment, they were all kneeling in front of Yi Xing. Of the 9 venerables, 8 were dead, and 1 was injured by Yi Xing. The Sun-Moon sect martial artists were scared out of their wits and had no choice but to kneel. There were almost 100-star Vortex Realm martial artists in the Sun-Moon sect. Some of them were martial artists who had been guarding the stronghold of the Sun-Moon sect. Some of them were martial artists who came with Lu Onping to escort the Fallen Star sect disciples. And some of them were elite disciples who came to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. These people were all martial sages of the noble grade. Some of them were even half a step into the venerables. Yi Xing glanced at the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect. Then, he looked at the few beast carriages not far away and said, "Go and ask the Fallen Star sect disciples to come down from the carriages." At this moment, Yi Xing controlled the life and death of the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect. They had seen Yi Xing's methods. Even a Venerate 1-star was killed by an arrow in an instant. They did not dare to run away. If they wanted to live, they could only beg Yi Xing for mercy. At Yi Xing's command, the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect hurriedly responded. They ran to the beast carriages and opened the beast cages. The Fallen Star sect disciples were tortured. Their clothes were tattered and they looked miserable. However, their eyes were full of energy and they were filled with excitement. Originally, they were in despair. However, they did not expect that they would be saved by Yi Xing when they arrived at Nine Heaven City. Senior Brother, thank you, Senior Brother Yi, for saving our lives. I will never forget Senior Brother Ye's kindness. Trash of the Sun-Moon sect, I didn't expect you to have such a day. The Fallen Star sect disciples got off the carriages and ran toward Yi Xing. They were all extremely emotional and excited. Some thanked Yi Xing profusely, while others cursed at the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect. There were even some who were so emotional that they cried out loud. Senior Brother Yi, the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect tortured us along the way. They tortured us until we were neither human nor ghost. You can't spare them. Let them all die. That's right. Kill all the trash of the Sun-Moon sect. Don't leave a single one alive. After experiencing the joy of escaping, many of the Fallen Star sect disciples looked at the martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect. They were furious. The martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect trembled in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although there were many of them, they were like ants in front of Yi Xing. If Yi Xing wanted to kill them, he could kill them all with a casual strike. Moreover, Yi Xing had the silver-winged demon eagle with him. Who could escape? Young Hero Yi, please spare our lives. Although we are martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect, we did not participate in the battle to destroy the Fallen Star sect. Please have mercy. The martial artists of the Sun-Moon sect could only beg Yi Xing for mercy. Only then would they have a chance to live. Yixing raised his hand and pressed down. The martial artists of the Fallen Star sect and the Sun Moon sect all quieted down. Yixing pointed at Lu Onping and said, "This person is the leader of the group that escorted you to Nine Heaven City. If you have any grudges, settle them with him first." A large group of Fallen Star sect disciples were already filled with resentment. Hearing this, they immediately charged forward. They did not have any weapons in their hands, but their legs were weapons. They surrounded Lu Onping and kicked him fiercely. Instantly, Lu Onping's scream rang out. Lu Onping's scream was shrill at first, but it gradually weakened and finally quieted down. A 3-star enlightened master was actually stomped to death by a group of Star Vortex realm martial artists. Lu Onping probably died with a grievance. After Lu Onping died, Yixing looked at the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect and said, "I don't like to kill people. I don't want to kill. You have no grudges with the Fallen Star sect, so I can let you go. However, I will not forgive those who have a grudge with the Fallen Star sect." As he spoke, Yixing's gaze turned to the Fallen Star sect disciples and continued, "Point out all those who bullied you along the way. Now pay them back tenfold. Their lives and deaths are up to you. Do the math. This month, you owe 14 chapters. In April, you owe 5 monthly votes. That's 19 chapters. This month's monthly votes are doubled. That's 280 votes for 4 chapters. After that, 40 votes for 1 chapter. That's 360 votes for 2 chapters. That's a total of 6 chapters. In other words, you owe a total of 25 chapters. This is the total amount you owe, and you've already paid back the 5th chapter. The amount you owe is huge, so you're under a lot of pressure. After this month's 360 votes, you won't be adding chapters. You'll have to pay back these 25 chapters first. Otherwise, the more you owe, the more pressure you'll be under. Thank you for your support along the way." Chapter 400. When Yixing said this, many of the Sun Moon sect martial practitioners immediately revealed terrified expressions. Obviously, these Sun Moon sect martial practitioners had bullied the Falling Star sect disciples along the way. At this moment, when it was time for the Falling Star sect disciples to take revenge, these Sun Moon sect martial practitioners were naturally terrified, their faces ashen. Indeed, these terrified Sun Moon sect martial practitioners were all identified by the Falling Star sect disciples one by one. There were only about 30 martial practitioners in the group, but there were 26 of them who were identified by the Falling Star sect disciples. This meant that there were only 4 people who did not bully the Falling Star sect disciples along the way. These 26 people had obviously done many outrageous things along the way. After a discussion, the Falling Star sect disciples decided that 16 of them would be killed and the other 10 would be crippled. The faces of the 26 martial practitioners were all ashen. Some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. Some had a mental breakdown and were dumbfounded. There were also some who were unwilling to accept this outcome and turned to flee. Yixing waved his hand, and the silver-winged demonic condor immediately flew out. Its speed was 10 times faster than the celestial vortex realm martial sages. Wherever it passed, its silver wings were like sharp blades. With a flash of silver light, the escaping martial artists were cut into 2 and killed instantly. Very quickly, the 16 martial practitioners who should be killed were all executed. The martial practitioners who should be crippled were all crippled. The other Sun Moon sect martial practitioners were all terrified when they saw their fellow disciples either dead or crippled. Their eyes were filled with terror. Even though they were furious, they did not dare to show it at this moment. Yixing did not allow them to leave. Their lives were still in Yixing's hands. No one was not afraid of death. Yixing walked out from the Falling Star sect disciples and came before the Sun Moon sect martial practitioners. His gaze swept across them one by one. The Sun Moon sect martial practitioners all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Yixing's gaze. Their expressions were nervous, and their breathing was rapid. In the end, Yi Xing's gaze landed on the Sun-Moon sect disciple Yang Kuan. Although Yang Kuan did not look at Yi Xing's gaze was sharp. Naturally, he could sense it instantly, and his body could not help but tremble. In the azure cloud ancient land, Yang Kuan was very arrogant in front of Yi Xing. Even after being taught a lesson by Yi Xing, he did not repent. He used the fact that he was a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect to threaten Yi Xing and said some things that angered Yi Xing. Back at the Qingyan ancient land, Yi Xing had wanted to kill Yang Kuan. However, Yang Kuan was a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect, and Yi Xing had some misgivings about him. Even though he wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to restrain himself. Now that he had become mortal enemies with the Sun-Moon sect, he no longer had any misgivings about the Sun-Moon sect. Today, he had also encountered Yang Kuan. Yi Xing wouldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart because of the Sun-Moon sect. Feeling Yi Xing's gaze locked onto him, Yang Kuan's heart thumped. He mustered up his courage to look at Yi Xing and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Yi Xing looked at Yang Kuan coldly and said, "Weren't you very arrogant in the azure cloud ancient land? Didn't you say that you had 2 genius senior brothers who could easily kill me? Didn't you say that if I became enemies with the Sun-Moon sect, I would die without a burial place? Let me tell you now, I, Yi Xing, and the Sun-Moon sect are mortal enemies. One day, I will wipe the Sun-Moon sect off the face of the earth. Today, I will swear on your blood." After saying that, Yi Xing stretched out his hand, and the astral energy condensed into a giant hand, grabbing towards Yang Kuan. The astral energy giant hand was indestructible and unstoppable. Yang Kuan's resistance was futile. In the blink of an eye, the astral energy giant hand grabbed onto his throat. Yi Xing raised his hand, and the astral energy giant hand also rose. In an instant, Yang Kuan was lifted 10 meters high. Yang Kuan's legs kicked wildly, and his hands clutched his neck. He couldn't breathe. Moreover, because of the pressure of the astral energy giant hand, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices very quickly. His legs straightened, and he died. Yi Xing waved his hand, and Yang Kuan's corpse was flung away. It crashed heavily into the wall of the Sun-Moon sect stronghold. With a loud explosion, it sank deeply into the wall. At this moment, Yi Xing's gaze swept across the Sun-Moon sect's martial artists again. The Sun-Moon sect's martial artists all felt a chill down their spines, and their hearts trembled violently. However, Yi Xing didn't kill them anymore. He said, "All of you leave. Let me give you a piece of advice. I will slaughter the Sun-Moon sect sooner or later. If you want to live, don't go back. Otherwise, you may not have the chance to live next time." The Sun-Moon sect's martial artists hurriedly ran out of the Sun-Moon sect stronghold as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't dare to stay for even a moment. Very quickly, there were only some corpses in the Sun-Moon sect stronghold. There were no more Sun-Moon sect martial artists left. The Sun-Moon sect stronghold is completely finished. The martial artists in the distant side. The Sun-Moon sect was a mid-grade 1-star sect. Their stronghold in Nine Heaven City was actually destroyed by Yi Xing. It was truly shocking. The 2 perfected beings of the Blood Spirit sect brought along 2 7-star martial saint disciples. They were also mixed in with the crowd in the distance. At this moment, they were almost limp on the ground. The Blood Spirit sect also contributed to the destruction of the Falling Star sect. They sent 2 perfected beings to kill the Falling Star sect leader and various perfected beings. Just like the Sun-Moon sect, they had a grudge with the Falling Star sect. Compared to the Sun-Moon sect stronghold in Nine Heaven City, even if the 4-star martial Saint Gu Fei Yang was excluded, the Blood Spirit sect strength was still inferior. The Blood Spirit sect strength was about the same as the Falling Star sects among the 6 southern sects in the Clear Sky region. They only had 1 perfected 3-star. Yi Xing had killed 3 perfected 3 stars in the Sun-Moon sect stronghold. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xing completely had the strength to destroy the Blood Spirit sect. From the way Yi Xing destroyed the Sun-Moon sect stronghold, the two perfected beings of the Blood Spirit sect could tell that when Yi Xing returned to the Clear Sky region, he would definitely take revenge on the sects that had participated in the destruction of the Falling Star sect. The Blood Spirit sect was facing the threat of being destroyed. The two perfected beings and the two 7-star martial saint disciples were naturally terrified. In the Sun-Moon sect stronghold, Yi Xing took out some spiritual pills to treat the heavily injured Falling Star sect disciples. Furthermore, Yi Xing ordered the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold to be searched. All the good things were taken away, and all the buildings were destroyed. Yi Xing only took the storage rings of the perfected beings that he had killed. The rest of the items were left to the Falling Star sect disciples. It didn't take long for the Sun-Moon sect stronghold to be completely cleaned out. All of the Falling Star sect's disciples had changed into clean clothes. When Yi Xing left with the Falling Star sect's disciples, the Sun-Moon sect stronghold had already been reduced to a pile of rubble. After Yi Xing and the others left, many cultivators entered the Sun-Moon sect stronghold and carried out a second round of cleansing. Yi Xing brought the Falling Star sect disciples back to the Big Dipper Inn. It was already late. Yi Xing booked many rooms and settled them down before returning to his room. Not long after, someone came to visit him. It was a cultivator from the Tian Luo sect. The Tian Luo sect also had a stronghold in the Nine Heaven City. It was guarded by the 4-star martial saint, Luo Zhengxu. Luo Zhengxu brought two perfected beings of the Tian Luo sect, Xiang Hongye and Yang Tongji, as well as a junior disciple, Luo Lai, to visit. The Tian Luo sect also had many young geniuses who had come to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. They were led by Xiang Hongye and Yang Tongji, the two perfected beings of the Tian Luo sect. There were many geniuses in the Young Hero competition. Before the competition began, there was an elimination round. Yi Xing had won first place in the elimination round. Tian Luo Lai had also advanced in the elimination round. As for the other Tian Luo sect disciples, they had all been eliminated. Luo Lai was already a 9-star martial saint during the 10 sects tournament. When he participated in the Young Hero competition, his cultivation was even more profound. He was already at the late stage of the Star Vortex realm, and his combat power was comparable to a half-step perfected being. In the Young Hero competition, he had made it to the top 64. Among the younger geniuses of the Qingyan region, Yi Xing, Yang Ming, and Luo Lai had all entered the official competition of the Young Hero competition. Their results were good, and they could all be listed in the Earth Profound ranking. It was the best result in the history of the Qingyan region. Yi Xing only recognized Tian Luo Lai, but Luo Zhengxu, Xiang Hongye, and Yang Tongji did not hide their cultivation. Yi Xing naturally knew that they were the perfected being elders of the Tian Luo sect. He welcomed the 4 of them into his room. "Brother Yi, I really did not expect you to win first place in the Young Hero competition. You have greatly increased the power of the younger generation of the Qingyan region. I, Luo Lai, am full of admiration for you." As soon as they entered the room, Luo Lai cupped his fist and said excitedly to Yi Xing. After that, he added, "After the 10 sects tournament, the martial artists in the Qingyan region compared you to the 6 great young masters. This is simply a joke. Compared to Brother Yi, us 6 great young masters, Sai, are simply not worth mentioning at all." As Tian Luo Lai was one of the 6 great young masters of the Qingyan region, he was very clear about the gap between himself and Yi Xing. In the past, the entire Qingyan region's martial artists had looked down on Yi Xing. "Brother Luo, you flatter me." Yi Xing smiled slightly with an indifferent expression. He led Luo Zhengxu and the others to the guest seats and said, "May I know the purpose of your visit?" Luo Zhengxu sat at the head of the table and gave Yi Xing a thumbs up. He said, "Since the fall of the Qingyan sect, the Qingyan region's martial artists have always been lagging behind in the true Xian region. Needless to say, no one has ever been on the Heavenly Profound list. Very few of the younger generation can be on the Earth Profound list. Even if they are at the bottom of the list. Brother Yi, today, with your absolute strength, You have reached first place on the Earth Profound list. You are the pride of the Qingyun region's martial artists. As a member of the Qingyun region's martial artists, we are here to congratulate Brother Yi on reaching first place on the Earth Profound list. We also want to thank Brother Yi for raising the prestige of the Qingyun region's martial artists. Congratulations, Brother Yi, on reaching first place on the Earth Profound list. Xiang Hongye and Yang Tongji also cupped their fists and said in unison. Yixing cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He said, "Seniors, you are too polite. He does not deserve this." Luo Zhengxu laughed and said, "Brother Yi definitely deserves it. When the news spreads back to the Qingyun region, I wonder how many martial artists will be excited and proud." Yixing also laughed and said, "No, in this Ye's opinion, I'm afraid that many martial artists will not be able to sleep because of fear." In the Qingyun region, most of the sects participated in the destruction of the Falling Star sect and were Yixing's mortal enemies. If they knew that Yixing's strength had reached such a level, of course they would not be able to sleep because of fear. Chapter 401. Yixing's words stunned Luo Zhengxu, Xiang Hongye, Yang Tongji, and Luo Lai. Luo Zhengxu and the other three smiled knowingly. Of course, they knew about Yixing's situation in the Qingyun region. What Yixing said was true. Luo Zhengxu said, "Brother Yi is right. However, with Brother Ye's current achievements and future potential, even if some people can't sleep, they can't do anything about it." Three-star Venerable said to Hongye, "Brother Yi is only 18 years old, but he has already broken through to the astral realm. This is unprecedented in the entire true Xian region. With such a cultivation speed, I believe that Brother Yi will be able to reach the astral realm level 4 and become a 4-star Venerable in less than 3 to 5 years. With Brother Ye's heaven-defying combat strength, if you become a middle-stage Venerable, no one will be able to compete with you except for upper-stage Venerables. When you return to the Qingyun region, even the Sun-Moon sect won't be able to compete with you. At that time, Brother Yi will be able to take revenge for the Falling Star sect. No one will be able to stop him." Another 3-star Venerable, Yang Tongji, said, "Brother Yi, don't worry and travel the world. Our Tian Luo sect can guarantee the safety of the Falling Star sect's disciples. We won't let them be bullied by the Sun Moon sect. Brother Yi is now an unrivaled beginner stage Venerable. If you want to train, you can go to the Sky Corpse Mountain Range in the north of the True Xian region. That's a good place for Venerable to train." Whether it was Yixing winning the Young Hero competition or Yixing destroying the Sun Moon sect stronghold, it could be seen that Yixing's rise was unstoppable. Due to the level of cultivation techniques, it might be difficult for him to become a Venerable in the future. However, with Yixing's potential to become a middle-stage Venerable at the age of 18, no one would doubt him. On the other hand, Yixing's combat strength was heaven-defying. Once he became a middle-stage perfected one, he would most likely be an invincible existence among middle-stage perfected ones. Apart from the 9 high sects, who else in the true Xian region would dare to provoke such a person? Since the Tian Luo sect was optimistic about Yixing's future, it was only natural that they wanted to express their goodwill to Yixing. Even if the conflict between them and the Sun Moon sect intensified, they wanted to protect the disciples of the Falling Star sect so that Yixing wouldn't have any worries and could cultivate wholeheartedly. As long as Yixing continued to grow, it would definitely be beneficial for the Tian Luo sect to maintain a good relationship with Yixing. Yixing glanced at the 2 3-star spiritual masters and said, He plans to set off tomorrow and return to the Qingyun region to settle the hatred of the Falling Star sect. I can't do anything to the Sun Moon sect for now, but the East supporting sect, Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect don't need to exist anymore. Luo Zhengxu and the others thought that Yixing would have enough strength to deal with the Sun Moon sect before returning to the Qingyun region. However, they didn't expect that Yixing would actually set off tomorrow to take revenge. Hearing this, They were all surprised. Naturally, they didn't know that Yixing's true strength was much more terrifying than what he had shown today. If he used all his trump cards, Yixing wouldn't even take a 4-star spiritual master seriously. Even if he faced a 5 stars or 6-star spiritual master, Yixing still had the strength to protect himself. At the very least, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yixing didn't have to endure it. Of course, he would return to the Qingyun region and take revenge. He definitely wouldn't let his enemies continue to be free. As for the Sun Moon sect, Yixing indeed couldn't deal with them for now. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Sun Moon sect to deal with Yixing either. The Sun Moon sect only had one 6-star spiritual master, and it was said that he traveled the world all year round. As for the 5 stars spiritual masters, the Sun Moon sect only had 3. All of them held high positions and wouldn't leave the sect just to deal with Yixing. Luo Zhengqiu said, "Little brother Yi, are you really in such a hurry to return to the Qingyun region?" Yixing didn't say anything. He only nodded to show his affirmation. Luo Zhengqiu said, "The Tian Luo sect will always be little brother Ye's staunchest ally. If little brother Yi returns to the Qingyun region, the Sun Moon sect will definitely not let you go. However, little brother Yi, you can do whatever you want in the southern region. Our sect will settle the Sun Moon sect's harassment for little brother Yi." After the 10 sects grand tournament, the Tian Luo sect's master, Luo Zhan, already had a whole new level of respect for Yixing. After the Falling Star sect was destroyed, Luo Zhan didn't give up on Yixing. Instead, he interfered and stopped the Sun Moon sect from interfering in the southern region of the Qingyun region. Otherwise, the Falling Star sect's stronghold in the Star Crystal Mine only had the most ordinary level 3 defensive formation. It definitely wouldn't be able to stop the Sun Moon sect's middle stage spiritual masters. Now, Yixing's performance was even more monstrous than during the 10 sects grand tournament. Luo Zhengqiu believed that sect master Luo Zhan would definitely support his promise. Yixing still couldn't deal with the Sun Moon sect. With the Tian Luo sect's help, this was naturally the best. Yixing smiled and nodded. Yixing said, "Yixing is very grateful for the Tian Luo sect's help. The Falling Star sect won't let the Tian Luo sect help for free. If you need any compensation, please tell me. I'll definitely give it to you in the future." Luo Zhengqiu smiled and said, "There's no need for compensation. As long as little brother Yi remembers that the Tian Luo sect is your staunch ally." If they didn't talk about compensation, then they were talking about favors. Obviously, the Tian Luo sect valued Yixing's favor more than Yixing's compensation. Yixing nodded and said, "I'll definitely remember it." Luo Zhengqiu smiled warmly and was very happy. The Tian Luo sect master valued Yixing naturally. He had investigated Yixing thoroughly and knew that Yixing was a person who valued friendship. Letting Yixing remember the Tian Luo sect's favor was the greatest gain for the Tian Luo sect. Luo Zhengqiu said, "Little brother Yi, when you return to the Qingyun region tomorrow, will you travel with the Falling Star sect's disciples or go back first?" There were close to 200 disciples in the Falling Star sect. If Yixing traveled with the Falling Star sect's disciples, he could only return by beast carriage. With so many people, a few demon birds couldn't carry them. It would take more than 2 months to return by beast carriage. If Yixing went back first and rode the silver-winged demonic eagle, it would only take about 10 days. The difference was huge. Yixing obviously wouldn't waste more than 2 months on the road. He said, "I'll go back first. I'll ask someone to escort my sect's disciples." Yixing's return to the Qingyun region would definitely cause chaos. When the Falling Star sect's disciples returned to the Qingyun region, if the Sun Moon sect couldn't do anything to Yixing, they might attack the Falling Star sect's disciples along the way. Therefore, Yixing had to ask someone to escort him to ensure the safety of the Falling Star sect's disciples. Yixing and the Heavenly Dipper sect's master Wu Yu could be considered friends. He was prepared to ask the Heavenly Dipper sect for an escort. Yixing had plenty of mid-grade astral crystals. If he took out 10,000 mid-grade astral crystals as a reward, there would definitely be a 6 stars venerable willing to escort him. Luo Zhengqiu didn't know that the escort Yixing wanted was a 6-star sage from the Tiangang sect. He said, Elder Xiang and Elder Yang also want to bring our sect disciples back to the Qinyan region. Why don't you travel with the Falling Star sect's disciples? Little brother Yi, don't worry. They will ensure the safety of the Falling Star sect's disciples. Xiang Hongye and Yang Tongji nodded in agreement. Yixing nodded. Thank you. Anyway, Yixing had already remembered the kindness of the Tian Luo sect. It couldn't be better if the Tian Luo sect's 2 3-star sage were willing to travel with the Falling Star sect's disciples. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the 4 Tian Luo sect's disciples left. Yixing closed the door and walked to the table. He sat down with a deep look in his eyes. Yixing didn't need to worry about the Falling Star sect's disciples returning to the Qinyan region. Yixing only needed to wait for his senior sister Lin Tongyu to return tomorrow. Then, he would set off with Lin Tongyu and return to the Qinyan region. Yixing's eyes sharpened. Once they arrived at the Qinyan region, it would be time for a massacre. Yixing could be lenient with the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect. However, for the Dongfu sect, both old and new grudges, Yixing would make them bleed like a river. There would be no chance of them ever rising again. After a few breaths of time, the sharpness in Yixing's eyes gradually dissipated and returned to normal. His thoughts returned to the destruction of the Sun Moon sect stronghold. Yixing thought of the storage rings he had obtained. Yixing waved his hand, and a total of 10 storage rings appeared on the table in front of him. The storage rings of the 10 sages of the Sun Moon sect stronghold were all in his hands. After Gu Fei Yang was killed, Wu didn't take his storage ring. Yang Young Master Yang Ming was scared out of his wits and didn't take it either. The guards who entered the courtyard later were even more terrified when they saw Gu Fei Yang's death. They didn't take it either. In the end, Yixing obtained it. 9 of them were low-grade storage rings. Only Gu Fei Yang's storage ring was mid-grade, the same grade as the Falling Star sect's chief's ring. The items stored in the storage rings were either star crystals, spiritual medicines, spiritual pills, spiritual weapons, or all kinds of materials. As for martial arts manuals and martial arts manuals, they were very rare. There are almost none of them at the high grade of the spirit grade. In the world of martial arts manuals and inheritances were the most important. The martial arts manuals and inheritances of sects were all stored in the sect's martial pavilion. Even if they were borrowed, it couldn't be for too long. Martial arts manuals that had reached the high grade of spiritual grade were not allowed to be taken out of the sect. Unless it was one's own martial arts manuals, there was an exception. In Qijua's storage ring, Yixing encountered this exception. He found a high-grade spiritual grade martial arts manual. It was an archery martial arts manual, Flame Destruction Arrow. It was the archery skill that Qijua had used during his battle with Yixing. Its power was terrifying, and the arrows he shot contained the flame of death. If Yixing didn't have the star fire seed in his body that restrained the flame of death, he might have been at a disadvantage in the battle. Yixing's attainments in archery were very high. Compared to Qijua, who was at the 3rd stage of the astral realm, he was 1 level higher. However, Yixing's archery martial arts and spirit weapon bao were 1 level lower than Qijua's. Therefore, in terms of archery power, Yixing was inferior to Qijua. Yixing's arrows could only threaten Reverend 3 stars, but Qijua's arrows could kill him. However, Yixing obtained a high-grade spiritual grade bao and a high-grade spiritual grade archery skill from Qijua's storage ring. It immediately made up for Yixing's shortcomings. If Yixing learned the Flame Destruction Arrow and shot it with a high-grade spiritual grade bao, with his attainments in archery, it would definitely be much more powerful than Qijua's arrows. Yixing's eyes showed great interest. He immediately opened the Flame Destruction Arrow and read it. Soon, Yixing finished reading it. All the contents of the Flame Destruction Arrow were scanned into his superbrain. Chapter 402. Aside from the basic arrow moves, The blazing arrow art only had 3 moves. They were the withering flame arrow, the burning arrow, and the death arrow. Each of the 3 moves was more powerful than the last. The withering flame arrow could be used at the entry level. The burning arrow could be used at the lesser mastery level, and the death arrow could be used at the greater mastery level. Chijua had only reached the entry level of the blazing arrow art with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the astral star realm. Otherwise, Chijua's arrow of incineration could injure or even kill a 4 stars enlightened master. Unless Yixing exposed all of his trump cards, he wouldn't be Chijua's match. Chijua had only scratched the surface of such a powerful archery technique. Yixing sighed his heart. What a waste. Swordsmen love swords and sword techniques. Similarly, archers loved bows and archery techniques. Yixing loved both the blazing arrow art and Chijua's upper-grade spiritual bow. Yixing put down the secret manual of the blazing arrow art and took out the upper-grade spiritual bow from Chijua's interspatial ring. The spiritual bow shone brightly. Holding in his hand, Yixing could feel the great power contained within the bow. This was an excellent bow, worthy of being a high-grade spiritual weapon. There were 2 words engraved on the bow. Heaven Shocking. That should be the name of the bow. Heaven Shocking Bow, what a good name. How domineering. Yixing murmured with satisfaction as he caressed the 2 words Heaven Shocking. Holding the Heaven Shocking bow, Yixing felt a sense of heroism. There was nothing to be afraid of against a 4-star enlightened master. Yixing's 4 symbols arrow art had reached the transformation stage, and his attainments in archery had reached the 4 transformations. With the Heaven Shocking bow, killing a 3-star enlightened master would be as easy as shooting a chicken. Even a 4-star enlightened master would have a change of expression when facing Yixing's arrow. They wouldn't dare to underestimate it, and would have to use all their strength to block it. If Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, the power of his archery skills would increase exponentially. Killing a 4-star's venerable would not be a problem. Therefore, Yixing was a 4-star enlightened master. What was there to be afraid of? This was the confidence brought about by absolute strength. Yixing played with the Shocking Sky bow for a while and put it away. Not long after, he cleared out all the items in the storage rings. Other than the Heaven Shocking bow, Yixing had also obtained 4 high-grade spirit weapons. They were a blade, a sword, and 2 gloves. The high-grade spirit saber was Lu Onping's weapon. The high-grade spirit sword was Yin Xiushui's weapon, and the 2 high-grade gauntlets were Chijua's and Gu Feiyang's weapons. In the 6 southern sects, upper-grade spirit weapons were the most important treasures of the sections. For example, the Falling Star sect only had 1 upper-grade spirit weapon. As for the Sun Moon sect, Yixing had obtained 5 upper-grade spirit weapons from 10 enlightened masters. This showed the difference between a low-grade 1-star sect and a mid-grade 1-star sect. Other than the spirit weapons, Yixing had also obtained close to 20,000 mid-grade star crystals, over 1 million low-grade star crystals, and several low-grade and mid-grade spirit pills. There were even a few upper-grade spirit pills. Most of them were materials for refining weapons, arrays, and so on. All in all, this was a huge harvest. It would be very beneficial for Yixing to rebuild the Falling Star sect. After sorting out the treasures he had obtained, Yixing calmed himself down and began cultivating the Eyes of Azure Cloud. There is no need to say more about the use of the Eye of Azure Cloud. Yixing had already become a Star Realm enlightened master. He should be able to cultivate the Eye of Azure Cloud to a higher level. The night was silent. The next day, Yixing left for the East City early in the morning and went to the White Bones auction house. Like the Big Dipper auction house, the White Bones auction house was one of the 3 largest auction houses in Nine Heaven City. Only enlightened masters had the right to enter the VIP room. Compared to when he had attended the Big Dipper auction house's auction, Yixing had changed. He had a lot of star crystals on him. He bought a VIP room and went in early to wait. Today, Yixing was famous in Nine Heaven City. He was the youngest Star Realm enlightened master in the history of the true Xian domain. He was also the youngest Earth Profound ranking master in the history of the true Xian domain. The news that Yixing was in the White Bones auction house spread quickly to the upper echelons of the White Bones auction house. The martial artists of the 9 upper sects who came to the White Bones auction house knew that the martial artist in VIP room 079 was Yixing, who had shaken 9 Heavens City the day before. Yixing had a good relationship with the Big Dipper sect, which was led by the righteous sects. Because of the Earth Fiend sect, there was a gap between him and the evil sects. Many martial artists of the evil sects did not like Yixing. Everyone knew why Yixing was here. Yesterday, Yixing had destroyed the Sun Moon sect stronghold for the Falling Star sect's disciple. Today, there was a Falling Star sect disciple in the White Bones auction house. Yixing was obviously here for this Falling Star sect disciple. It was said that this Falling Star sect disciple was not ordinary. She was in her 20s and was as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, she had reached the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. What was even rarer was that such a beautiful woman was still a virgin. A beautiful virgin female slave was extremely rare. Many martial artists were attracted by her. They came to the auction because they wanted to make this beauty their personal pet. This was not limited to the younger martial artists. Even some mid-level enlightened masters of the sects had come. There were 5 people in VIP room 7. They were all astral realm enlightened masters. 3 of them were young, and 2 of them looked over 50 years old. Sitting in the middle was a young man. His eyebrows were as sharp as knives, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He emitted a violent aura. 2 middle-aged men who looked over 50 years old sat on the left and right of the young man. The other 2 young men sat below the 2 middle-aged men. The 2 young men, 1 male and 1 female, were geniuses of the younger generation who had participated in the Young Hero Assembly. They were both disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. The male was Shui Yin, and the female was Yin Lin. It was obvious that the other 3 were also martial artists of the Fire Cloud sect. The young man sitting in the main seat was called Yun Tianhao. He was the godson of the Fire Cloud sect. He was not even 30 years old, but he had already reached the 5th level of the astral realm. He was a famous figure in the true Xian domain. 5 years ago, when Yun Tianhao was not even 25 years old, he was ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking with a cultivation of the 3rd level of the astral realm for 2 years. He was once ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking, so he was naturally famous. Furthermore, he was the son of the Fire Cloud sect's sect master. His status was higher than many of the Fire Cloud sect's elders. The 2 middle-aged men beside Yin Tianhao looked over 50 years old. They were both 4-star venerables and Fire Cloud sect's outer sect elders. However, beside Yin Tianhao, they were only subordinates. Yun Tianhao wore a scarlet robe and held a metal fan engraved with flaming runes in his hand. He gently fanned it, causing his hair to dance in the wind. In the Fire Cloud sect, other than the treasures that only the sect's esteemed elders could possess, Yun Tianhao could get whatever he wanted. There was basically no treasure that could interest him in the 9 Heaven Cities auction. However, today was an exception. He was here for the Falling Star sect's disciple, Lin Tongyu. Yun Tianhao was very interested in a 6-star martial saint who was as beautiful as a fairy, in her 20s, and was still a virgin. After knowing that Yixing had come to the White Bones auction for Lin Tongyu, Yun Tianhao's face flashed with a trace of coldness. He muttered to himself, "You want to compete with me? You overestimate yourself. How many mid-grade star crystals can a mere disciple of a remote, low-grade 1-star sect have?" Yun Tianhao didn't put Yixing, who was newly ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking, in his eyes. If it was the Golden Sword sect's Mu Xiaoyue, Yun Tianhao would pay more attention to him. This was because Mu Xiaoyue's background wasn't any worse than Yun Tianhao's. However, his talent was higher and would surpass Yun Tianhao sooner or later. As for Yixing, even if his talent was higher than Mu Xiaoyue's, his background was too poor. Furthermore, the news that Yixing hadn't joined the Heavenly Dipper sect had already spread. This meant that Yi Xing couldn't learn the Heavenly Dipper Sect's supreme grade spiritual tier cultivation technique inheritance. Without a cultivation technique inheritance, no matter how high one's talent was, one's achievements would be limited. A high-grade spiritual tier cultivation technique inheritance could only be cultivated to the 6th level of the astral realm. Although Yun Tianhao was only a 6-star yellow fate, with the help of the Fire Cloud sect, he had an 80% chance of becoming a high-grade astral realm expert. Yun Tianhao looked down on Yi Xing's background. Even if Yi Xing was the youngest perfected person in the history of the true Xian domain and the youngest person to rank first on the Earth Profound ranking, in Yun Tianhao's opinion, Yi Xing would only be famous for a short while. His future achievements might be amazing in a 1-star sect, but compared to the 9 high sects of the true Xian domain, it wasn't worth mentioning. The auctions soon began. Yi Xing and Yun Tianhao were both here for Lin Tongyu, so they weren't interested in the items that were being auctioned. They each sat in their own VIP rooms. Yun Tianhao chatted with the 2 outer sect elders, Shui Yin and Yin Lin, while Yi Xing made use of the time to cultivate the Eye of Azure Cloud. However, when the 24th item was auctioned, Yi Xing stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The 24th item was a 7th grade spiritual tier corpse jade. According to the auctioneer's introduction, the corpse jade contained extremely pure astral energy that could increase the cultivation of a beginner-perfected person in martial arts comprehension. It was even effective for a mid-level perfected person. This was the first time Yi Xing had heard of a corpse jade. Since it was a treasure that could increase the cultivation of a perfected person in martial arts comprehension, it must be extremely valuable and rare. This 7th grade spiritual tier corpse jade had a starting price of 1,000 mid-grade astral crystals, which was almost as valuable as a high-grade spirit pill. After the price was announced, the auctioneer introduced the corpse jade once more. Some younger martial artists might not know much about corpse jades. This is a treasure from the Sky Corpse Mountain Range. Corpse jades are divided into spiritual tier and mystic tier. Mystic tier corpse jades are treasures that even sovereigns need. Spiritual tier corpse jades are divided into 4 grades and 12 grades. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades are low grade. The 4th, 5th, and 6th grades are mid grade. The 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are high grade. And the 10th, 11th, and 12th grades are supreme grade. Among them, low-grade and mid-grade corpse jades are useful for star marquises at the Star Vortex realm, while high-grade and supreme-grade corpse jades are useful for perfected persons. This corpse jade is a high-grade 7th-grade spiritual tier corpse jade, which is most effective for perfected persons at the 1st and 2nd level of the astral realm. It can save a lot of cultivation time. Please begin the auction. Chapter 403. Treasures that could raise one's cultivation were very useful to both older and younger cultivators. For older warriors, they had already passed the golden stage of cultivation, and it was difficult for them to increase their cultivation. However, treasures that could increase their cultivation could forcefully increase their cultivation, allowing them to reach a higher level and even break through to the next realm. For younger cultivators, these treasures were even more useful. The golden stage of cultivation was the most precious stage. During this time, the higher one's cultivation could reach, the better. Treasures that could raise one's cultivation could greatly shorten the cultivation time. Hence, when the corpse jade was auctioned, many beginner-level perfected persons wanted to get their hands on it. The starting price of 1,000 mid-grade star crystals was quickly raised to 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. Many beginner-level perfected persons could not afford to bid at such a high price. Furthermore, a 7th grade spiritual grade corpse jade could not allow a 1-star or 2-star perfected person to break through to the next level. The price was too high, so it was not worth it. Hence, when the price reached 2,000 mid-grade star crystals, most people gave up. The hall instantly quieted down. After a long while, someone bid again. 2,100. The bidder was from the 36th VIP room. The seats in the VIP room were not cheap. The enlightened masters who could enter the VIP room were usually relatively wealthy and came from relatively good backgrounds. They were either enlightened masters from the 9 superior sects or enlightened masters from 1-star mid-tier sects. As for the perfected persons from 1-star low-tier sects, they basically did not have the financial ability to enter the VIP room. 2,200, 2,300, 2,400, 2,500. When the price reached 2,200, all the perfected persons in the hall gave up. However, the perfected persons in the VIP room started another round of competition. These people were wealthy and were willing to spend more mid-grade star crystals to raise their cultivation. However, when the price reached 2,500, even the perfected persons in the VIP rooms stopped bidding. The perfected persons who had bid 2,400 immediately gave up. Since you are willing to spend 2,500 mid-grade star crystals, this corpse jade is yours. It sounded like the bidders knew each other. The Taoist master who bid 2,500 chuckled. Do I need you to give it to me? If you want it, feel free to bid again. From their voices, Yi Xing was able to determine their identities. The one who bid 2,400 was the Spirit Snake Sex Shidu, and the one who bid 2,500 was the Golden Sword Sex Mu Xiaoyue. Shidu was a 2-star enlightened master, while Mu Xiaoyue was a 1-star enlightened master. A 7-stage spirit grade corpse jade was the best for enlightened masters at the 1st and 2nd stage of the astral star realm. Therefore, both of them wanted it. Shidu did not bid again, but Yi Xing began a bid. 2,600. Yi Xing couldn't wait to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Since the corpse jade could increase one's cultivation, Yi Xing naturally wanted to buy it and study it to see how effective it was. As for mid-grade star crystals, Yi Xing had plenty. He already had tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals. After destroying the Sun-Moon Sex stronghold yesterday, Yi Xing had obtained close to 20,000 mid-grade star crystals from the storage rings of the 10 perfected persons. Although mid-grade star crystals were very valuable, they were useless for cultivation. If they could not be turned into useful treasures, it would be meaningless no matter how many mid-grade star crystals one had. Therefore, Yi Xing would rather spend a higher price to buy the corpse jade. The voice came from VIP room 079. Many cultivators knew that it was Yi Xing who was bidding. As for Mu Xiaoyue, he could tell that it was Yi Xing based on the voice. This made Mu Xiaoyue, who was in VIP room 36, frown. Mu Xiaoyue saw Yi Xing as a goal to surpass. He did not want Yi Xing to obtain the corpse jade and increase his cultivation. Mu Xiaoyue immediately said, 2,700. Yi Xing was determined to get the corpse jade. He said, 2,800, 2,900, 3,000, 3,100, 3,500. Yi Xing saw that Mu Xiaoyue was not going to give up, so he directly raised the price from 3,100 to 3,500. This made all the cultivators in the auction house speechless. 3,500 mid-grade star crystals for a 7th-grade spirit-grade corpse jade was not worth it. This was almost equivalent to an 8th-grade spirit-grade corpse jade. In VIP room 36, Mu Xiaoyue coldly snorted. Facing Yi Xing, he could not maintain his calm and tranquil temperament. You win, Mu Xiaoyue said unwillingly. The price had reached 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. Even if Mu Xiaoyue could afford it, he was reluctant to part with it. Mu Xiaoyue's star crystals came from a sect. Although he was very outstanding and the sect had given him a lot of resources, he still had a limited amount of middle-grade star crystals. He couldn't possibly go bankrupt for a 7th-grade spiritual-grade corpse jade. In the end, this 7th-grade spirit-grade corpse jade was sold to Yi Xing for 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. The corpse jade was quickly delivered to Yi Xing, and Yi Xing paid 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. The following auctions did not attract Yi Xing's interest. Yi Xing took the corpse jade and began to study it. Through the superbrain scan, Yi Xing discovered that the corpse jade contained an extremely pure and surging power of the stars. It could rapidly increase a cultivator's cultivation. However, Yixing also discovered that the corpse jade contained a small amount of death energy. Although there was very little death energy, if an enlightened master absorbed all the energy in the corpse jade, it would definitely cause damage to their body. If a cultivator absorbed several corpse jades in a row, then the amount of death energy would stack up and the damage would be great. A cultivator would lose a great deal of their life essence and their lifespan. Therefore, although the corpse jade was good, it was not a treasure that could be continuously absorbed unless one could refine the death energy in the corpse jade. Otherwise, it would take a long time to absorb a corpse jade and let the life energy in the body slowly adjust to the death energy. Only then could one absorb the next corpse jade. The death energy in the corpse jade was intertwined with the star energy. It was not easy to refine it directly. Firstly, one needed to have the ability to refine the death energy. Secondly, one needed strong control to ensure that the star energy in the corpse jade would not be lost when refining the death energy. It was very difficult to achieve these 2 points. Even a high-level astral realm enlightened master could not do it. Therefore, cultivators would absorb the corpse jade directly and let the life energy in the body slowly adjust it. The higher the grade of the corpse jade, the stronger the star energy and the more death energy, and the longer it would take to adjust it. However, Yixing held the corpse jade and observed it for a while. The corner of his mouth curled up. The problem of refining the death energy was difficult for the enlightened masters of the true Xian domain, but it was not difficult for Yixing. He had the starfire seed, and the starfire that burned was of high quality. It could refine the death energy. Moreover, Yixing had the superbrain scan, so he could clearly see the location of the death energy in the corpse jade. Yixing could fulfill both conditions. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.